Are you sick of checking your bank account and feeling that jolt of fear? Are you tired of pretending to trust God while secretly rehearsing lack in your mind? Tonight, we end the lie. You were never meant to beg for supply. You were never meant to hustle for crumbs. You were designed for overflow. And as you fall asleep, I will speak it over you, line by line, law by law. Your subconscious will hear me say what your conscious mind forgot. Money is not your master. God is your source. And as you sleep, the vaults of heaven will swing open. Not someday, tonight. Not after the next paycheck. Now. So lay down your fear. Release the old script. And let this be the night your wealth begins. Your money is not controlled by the world. It is not controlled by the stock market, the government, or your job title. It is controlled by law, divine law. And I say this with the full force of truth. If you are broke, blocked, or burdened, it is not because you are forgotten. It is because you are out of alignment. You are not out of luck. You are out of rhythm. And rhythm is everything, because the money that moves in your life is not reacting to your effort. It is responding to your vibration. You cannot outwork misalignment. You cannot outrun contradiction. You cannot pretend your way into provision. You must obey the law. You must speak the word. You must align with the spiritual frequencies that govern increase. I am not here to flatter you. I am not here to soothe your fear. I am here to call your soul into command. Because until you rise in identity, until you speak in rhythm, until you obey without hesitation, money will mirror your confusion instead of your covenant. You are a spiritual bank. Every word you speak is a deposit or a withdrawal. Every thought you hold is interest earned or interest lost. And the laws I will reveal to you today are not advice. They are codes that open the vault. When obeyed, they release divine supply. When ignored, they freeze it. 99% of people do not know this. They chase, they panic, they strive, and still they remain locked out. But you have been chosen to hear. You are ready to obey. You are ready to prosper, because you are ready to speak the truth and only truth. And when you do, money must answer you. Money is not evil. Money is not good. Money is not moral. It is obedient. It does not serve virtue or vice. It serves vibration, and vibration is governed by law. Just as gravity does not care who jumps, just as fire does not care who touches it, divine law does not play favorites. It fulfills itself, always. If your life is marked by financial instability, it is not a punishment. It is a report card, a mirror of the frequencies you have spoken, thought, believed, and obeyed. Money is not waiting to love you. It is waiting to be commanded by you. It is not emotional. It is not personal. It is spirit in motion, responding to the order of the one who stands in truth. And the divine mind does not release substance into confusion. It does not send overflow into contradiction. It waits, patiently, precisely, for your vibration to match divine alignment. You must understand this. Wealth is not random. It is not granted to the clever. It is not denied to the kind. It is revealed to the obedient. And obedience means rhythm, daily, exact, unapologetic alignment with divine spiritual principles. That is the only wealth plan that cannot fail. Everything else, strategies, hustle, tips, tricks, formulas, they are nothing but leaves in the wind if you are not rooted in law. Scripture says, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." 3 John 1:2. This is not a suggestion. It is a spiritual blueprint. God does not desire your lack. Spirit does not honor your suffering. Poverty is not pious. Scarcity is not sacred. You are meant to prosper because you are a vessel of divine identity. And when your soul begins to prosper, through spoken word, through obedience, through substitution, through expectation, then money, opportunity, and increase begin to obey you like waves obey the moon. The 7 laws I am about to reveal are not to be analyzed. They are to be spoken, practiced, repeated, until your subconscious mind accepts them as the only truth it will allow. They are not tools, they are frequencies. And you do not dabble in frequency, you become it. These laws are your divine inheritance, but they require your mouth, your identity, your obedience. You cannot ignore them and remain free. You cannot violate them and walk in provision. You must align, not someday. Now, because the moment you obey law, money can no longer disobey you. Now we enter the rhythm of instruction, the place where theory becomes transformation. I do not teach these laws for your entertainment. I speak them into your soul so they may take root, disrupt the false pattern, and command your new condition. These first two divine laws are the foundation of financial demonstration. Without them, no abundance can remain. With them, all other forms of wealth must respond. Law number 1, the law of the word. Every word you speak creates a mold. Into that mold, divine substance is poured. If your words are shaped by fear, then the substance of your life becomes scarcity. If your words are shaped by faith, then the substance becomes supply. The spiritual world is not casual. It is exact. It listens constantly. And what it hears from your lips, it multiplies without questioning. You say, "I'm always behind." The law replies, "So it is." You sigh, "I can't afford it." The law says, "Let it be done." You joke, "I'm broke again." The law obeys, confirmed. But now you learn to reverse it. You learn to use your word as law, not as commentary. You speak with rhythm, not reaction. You say, "My voice is the vessel of increase." You declare, "Every word I speak is a financial seed." You proclaim, "I only speak what I wish to see." And with every repetition, you cancel the old mold and pour divine substance into new form. You must stop treating your mouth like a thermometer. It is not here to report appearances. It is here to create them. You must stop echoing your bank account and start rewriting it with every sentence you speak. The law of the word is the first gate to provision. And until your mouth becomes sacred, your money cannot become stable. Law number 2, the law of circulation. Money is meant to move. It is not to be gripped, hoarded, feared, or buried. It is spirit in motion, and like all divine energy, it expands when released in faith. When you circulate with joy, the law rushes to replace and multiply. When you contract in fear, the law honors your vibration and holds back your harvest. Do not mistake control for wisdom. Do not label your hoarding as being careful. When you hold money in fear, you teach the universe that you do not trust it to return. And law does not multiply in suspicion. It multiplies in flow, in rhythm, in spoken word confidence. Say this now. Every dollar I release returns to me multiplied, under grace, in perfect ways. Say, I give not to lose, but to increase. Say, I circulate as a divine steward, not a scared servant. When you release with declaration, you activate the loop. You command the return. You anchor your generosity in law. And you make your entire financial life a circulation system of divine wealth. Tithing, gifting, investing, these are not material decisions. They are spiritual transactions. And when done in the frequency of truth, they call forth exponential return. But if done in fear, guilt, or superstition, they block the flow. So I challenge you, do not give another dollar without speaking over it. Declare its return. Assign it a vibration. Make your every transaction a testimony of law. Because circulation, when done in truth, becomes the river of your increase. These first two laws, the word and the circulation, are inseparable. One commands, the other activates. One speaks, the other multiplies. Without them, you remain in effort. With them, you enter into flow. And now we go deeper. We now move into the heart of spiritual identity. These next two laws are the bridge between vibration and reality. They do not require evidence. They require assumption. They do not require struggle. They require obedience in state. For the soul that lives these laws, demonstration is not an accident. It is the natural outcome of alignment. Law number 3, the law of assumption. You must walk, speak, breathe, and expect as if your demonstration is already complete. Because in divine mind, it is. What delays the visible is not spirit, but your own refusal to step into the feeling of already done. You cannot manifest wealth while living in the vibration of waiting. You must collapse the timeline. You must assume the frequency of fulfillment. This means when you wake up, you do not say, "Someday I'll be free." You say, "I am free now." When you look at a bill, you do not say, "I hope I can pay this." You say, "My supply meets every demand on time without strain." This is not delusion. This is spiritual rehearsal. This is how you train your body, your breath, your cells to radiate the condition you command. Say, "I walk in the vibration of already done." Say, "I feel the wealth I command before it arrives." This law is not about waiting. It is about becoming. If you act poor, speak doubt, and vibrate delay, then law must keep you rehearsing the condition you have agreed to. But if you step into the energy of wealth, speak, feel, declare it as your now, then law begins rearranging substance to match your vibration. Law number 4, the law of tithing with word. Tithing is not superstition, it is not religious obligation, it is spiritual alignment. When done in fear, it is void. When done in truth, it activates flow. Tithing is not just giving, it is giving with declaration. It is sealing your circulation with word. Most give money and hope. Few give money and command return. But the one who speaks while they give is the one who commands multiplication. You do not tithe to a person. You tithe to principle. You do not tithe for favor. You tithe to acknowledge that spirit is your source. You give not because of emotion, but because of covenant. You say, "This tithe opens channels no man can block." You say, "I return a tenth, and the law returns 100-fold." You say, "As I release this, I increase my capacity to receive." You must never give in silence again. You must never treat your generosity as a gamble. Every seed you plant, you must water with your voice. You must affirm the increase, expect the return, and seal the act with divine instruction. This is the law of tithing with word. It is not just giving, it is giving with spoken faith. And the law cannot resist faith. It cannot ignore declaration. It cannot hold back return from the one who gives and speaks in rhythm. Together, the laws of assumption and tithing with word shift your entire vibration from passive to powerful. You no longer wonder when your money will come. You expect it. You no longer tithe with fear. You declare the return. You are no longer hoping. You are commanding in covenant. Now prepare yourself, because what comes next is the reprogramming of the subconscious, the final barrier between your mouth and your manifestation. The subconscious mind is your silent partner in creation. It never sleeps. It never questions. It does not judge what is good or bad, right or wrong. It simply accepts what is spoken in rhythm, what is believed in repetition, and what is felt with emotional charge. And if that inner system is not reprogrammed to expect wealth, then all your declarations, all your affirmations, all your outward attempts to manifest will collapse under the weight of internal contradiction. This is not because the law failed. It is because the agreement was never fully sealed within. We now move into the next 2 divine laws, laws that restore your inner system to match your divine identity. Law number 5, the law of agreement. You cannot say one thing and believe another. You cannot affirm wealth while making jokes about struggle. You cannot pray for provision and gossip about how broke you are. Agreement is vibration. Agreement is frequency. Agreement is sacred harmony between what you say, what you believe, and what you expect. When your inner and outer word align, you become magnetic to all that matches it. But when they clash, the signal is scrambled and the flow is blocked. You must burn your contracts with scarcity. Those silent agreements you made with lack through family patterns, cultural conditioning, casual conversation must be dissolved now. Declare, I break every agreement I've ever made with lack, even unconsciously. Declare, I sign a new contract today, one that agrees only with wealth, only with divine supply, only with my true inheritance. This is not just language, it is spiritual legal work. You are the authority over your vibration, and every word you speak is either affirming your wealth or renewing your bondage. Choose now. Align now. Speak only what you are willing to live with. The law of agreement demands that your mouth, your mind, and your mood come into covenant, not just sometimes, daily. Law number 6, the law of identity. This is the law most ignored, and yet it is the root of all demonstration. You can only receive what your identity can hold. You can only attract what your subconscious believes you are worthy of. If you still see yourself as a struggler, a hustler, a barely getting by kind of person, then the universe must mirror that. You will block the very blessings you pray for because your identity is incompatible with your request. But the moment you say, I am the channel of divine wealth, and you repeat it until the old image dissolves, everything changes. You are no longer trying to get money. You are becoming the vessel through which wealth flows. You stop chasing, you start receiving, you stop pretending, you start embodying. You must replace every old label. I'm bad with money. Gone. I always lose it. Erased. I'm not the kind of person who gets rich. Burn it. And in its place install, I am wealth in motion. I am the gatekeeper of divine substance. I am no longer waiting. I am now aligned. Repetition reprograms. Identity reshapes. You must speak these truths aloud, daily, rhythmically, without pause, until they no longer sound like affirmations, but like your natural language. You are not here to fix your money. You are here to transform your identity into one who cannot help but attract supply. Because once identity changes, reality must follow. The law of agreement and the law of identity are the final keys to inner reprogramming. Together, they make you unstoppable. Together, they remove the resistance. Together, they create the inner temple that law cannot ignore. And now, we seal all 7 with a challenge. One that requires your full spiritual obedience. You have heard the 7 laws. You have received the rhythm. But now I ask you, will you obey it? Will you move from curiosity to command? Will you stop treating wealth like a wish and begin treating it like a covenant? Because these laws do not bend for the casual. They do not obey the hesitant. They do not reveal themselves to the passive. They demonstrate only for the spiritually disciplined. And discipline does not mean pressure. It means rhythm, obedience, repetition in the face of silence, and authority in the face of fear. Now, I reveal the 7th law, the seal, the law that governs every other law, the law that proves whether you are willing to walk in the fullness of divine wealth. Law number 7, the law of obedience. You cannot command money if you will not obey law. You cannot walk in increase if you disobey rhythm. This is not about being perfect. It is about being consistent. You do not need to understand every law to be blessed by it. You simply need to obey its rhythm. Speak the word, align the identity, substitute the lie, expect the return, circulate the gift, and do it again and again and again until law becomes the language of your cells. Spiritual obedience is not emotional, it is daily, it is intentional, it is sacred repetition that reshapes your entire reality. And now I challenge you to 7 days of covenant living. For the next 7 days, you will obey all 7 laws, not randomly, not when you feel like it, but as your new rhythm, as your new vibration, as your new identity. Here is your structure. Morning command, wake with the law of the word. Declare, my voice is the voice of wealth. I speak money into motion. Then embody the law of assumption. I live as though my supply is already released. Midday alignment. Practice the law of substitution. Any thought of lack, doubt, fear, or delay, interrupt it. Replace immediately. I am divinely provided for. There is no loss in spirit. Speak the law of identity. I am the channel, not the chaser. I am the commander, not the beggar. Evening seal. Tithe, give, circulate, but always with word. Say, this seed is blessed. It returns to me multiplied. It opens doors no man can shut. And end with the law of expectation. I expect to receive. I expect miracles. I expect confirmation before this night ends. Repeat this cycle for 7 days. Write it. Speak it. Live it. When you forget, return. When you drift, reset. The law does not punish the mistake. It rewards the rhythm. You are no longer waiting. You are no longer searching. You are no longer hoping someone will teach you the secret. You have heard the secret. It is the law. It is rhythm. It is word made manifest. And when you obey it fully, wealth becomes the natural response of a universe that always mirrors your command. You are not here to test these laws. You are here to demonstrate them. You are not hoping for evidence. You are becoming the evidence. 7 laws, 7 days, 1 vibration. And once you walk in this rhythm, money cannot help but obey you. Now speak with me. This is not recitation. This is spiritual activation. These are not phrases to remember. These are keys to unlock the vault. You do not whisper these truths. You declare them. You engrave them on the walls of your consciousness. You let the law know that you are no longer a guest in the house of wealth. You are the architect of its arrival. Say aloud, money moves when I speak. My voice is not casual. It is currency. It shapes, it shifts, it commands. Say, I tithe and multiply. I do not give from fear. I give from covenant. What I release returns to me stamped with divine increase. Say, I am already supplied. I do not ask, I assume, I do not beg, I receive. Say, I vibrate in agreement with abundance. No more contradiction, no more subtle sabotage. I speak only what I want multiplied. Say, I walk as a spiritual commander of wealth. No more victimhood, no more confusion. I am not seeking favor, I am favor in motion. And now declare the seal, the rhythm that law cannot resist. Because I obey divine law, money cannot ignore me. Say it again. Because I obey divine law, money cannot ignore me. This is your sword. This is your rhythm. This is your reprogramming. Speak it daily. Speak it before fear can finish its sentence. Speak it until the world around you bends to match the frequency of your voice. You are not trying to believe. You are installing belief. And belief, when made flesh through declaration, becomes wealth made visible through law. If this message stirred you, if it cracked open the old rhythm, if it exposed the lie you've been living, if it pulled you into the frequency of truth, then don't let it pass like just another video. This was not entertainment. This was alignment. This was your soul being handed the keys it's been crying out for. So I invite you now, not with pressure but with presence, comment below. Choose one of the 7 laws that convicted you, challenged you, or awakened you, and declare it. Write, I walk in the law of the word, or I now obey the law of agreement. Let your declaration mark your decision. When you write it, you release it into the collective current. You make it visible. You make it real. If this teaching felt like spiritual remembrance, if it felt like home, then subscribe, not to follow me, but to stay in covenant, to stay in rhythm, to continue rewiring your life through divine law. Each video here is a rhythm. Each message is a returning, a remembering, a resetting of your vibration. And return tomorrow, not because you need more information, but because repetition is your liberation. The law does not fail, only rhythm does. And now that you know the laws, now that you've been entrusted with the 7 divine frequencies that control money, your only task is to obey them in rhythm. Your money is no longer confused. Your path is no longer random. Your identity is no longer divided. You are the voice, you are the vessel, you are the rhythm. And because you obey law, money must obey you. And so it is. Every time you touch money, you speak, even if your mouth is silent. Every time you hold it, pass it, count it, spend it, receive it, your vibration issues a command. The world has lied to you and told you that money is neutral, that it is separate from spirit, that it is a tool to be used and feared in equal measure. But I tell you, money is not a dead thing. It is alive, it is a servant of law, and it listens with perfect obedience to the tone of your heart and the rhythm of your word. Most people touch money in fear. They hold it with hesitation, they count it with tension, they spend it with dread. They say, I can't afford that, and wonder why money flees. They say, money doesn't come easily, and wonder why their purse is empty. They speak lack while holding supply. They declare emptiness while touching proof of the infinite. And then they ask why it does not multiply. But money does not respond to effort. It responds to energy, to blessing, to command. You must now treat every money moment as sacred. Every bill you hold, every card you swipe, every coin you find, every transaction you enter. These are not mundane acts. These are opportunities for demonstration. The moment you touch money, you are standing at a spiritual altar. And your word in that moment either multiplies or diminishes your future. Do not let another dollar pass through your hands without blessing it, without commanding it, without speaking the truth over it. I say this plainly. If you are not speaking increase over your money, you are silently permitting loss, because silence is not neutral. In the realm of law, silence is submission. When you say nothing, the world speaks for you. It inserts fear, it inserts confusion, it inserts lack. But when you speak, when you declare with rhythm and truth, then money must obey, not because of magic, but because of law. Let your new ritual begin today. Every time you touch money, no matter the amount, you will say a sentence, not just any sentence, a sacred command, one that carries divine substance, creative vibration, and spiritual finality. And when you say it, you must not speak as one who hopes. You must speak as one who knows. Because the law does not respond to begging, it responds to certainty. Let your fingers become the transmitters of blessing. Let your tongue become the rod of multiplication. Let your vibration match the truth of divine supply. You are not spending money. You are circulating it. You are not losing value. You are commanding return. You are not fearing lack. You are declaring increase. Say this when you touch money. Say it with breath. Say it with rhythm. Say it with authority. And then, watch what follows. Because when you speak to money in alignment, money becomes your servant, and the servant always obeys the master who knows their power. Money is not dirty. It is not evil. It is not carnal. That is the world's doctrine, not the law of spirit. The great deception is this, that money belongs to man, that it is created by governments, that it is earned by toil and lost by misstep. But I declare to you boldly, money is God in visible supply form. It is divine substance made manifest. It is the shadow of the real, and it is drawn to those who recognize it as sacred. There is no conflict between money and spirit, only between ignorance and truth. The same God who gives you life gives you bread. The same source that breathed you into being holds nothing back from your daily need. When you separate money from the divine, you strip it of power. But when you unite it with the law of good, you allow it to flow, to increase, to serve. The issue is never the money. It is always the mind that handles it. Do not treat money as common. Do not treat it with fear, with guilt, or with disdain. Do not say, it's just $1. Do not say, I hate money. Do not mock the instrument of your good. What you scorn cannot stay. What you resist cannot return. What you resent, you repel. But what you bless, you multiply. What you honor, you attract. What you speak into with truth returns with favor. Money is spiritual. It is a medium of exchange, yes, but it is also a mirror. It reflects your beliefs. It reflects your vibration. It reflects your consciousness. If you think lack, it dries up. If you feel guilt, it withholds. But if you see it as divine substance, if you speak to it as a child of the infinite, it will move toward you in increasing waves. Never again say, money is hard to come by. Instead, say, God is my instant, constant, and lavish supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. That is not poetry. That is law. And when spoken in rhythm, with belief, with feeling, it becomes form. It does not matter how much money you have now. What matters is how you speak to it. Money is like water. It flows where it is welcomed. It evaporates where it is cursed. It is drawn to peace. It is magnetized by confidence. It is repelled by resentment. You must become a sacred channel through which money moves freely. Not hoarded, not feared, not glorified, but blessed. Bless every dollar that enters your world. Bless every coin you find. Bless every payment you send. And say aloud, this money is divine substance. It cannot be depleted. It flows to me and through me under grace and multiplies as it goes. You will find that what once escaped you now lingers. What once delayed now arrives. What once hid now reveals itself. Not because the money has changed, but because you have. And as within, so without. As you speak, so it is. As you bless, so you receive. Let money become your sacred servant and speak to it as such. Whatever you bless, multiplies. This is not theory. It is not mysticism. It is spiritual law. It does not matter what the world economy says. It does not matter what your account balance says. The moment you bless something in truth, fully, lovingly, without fear, you open the floodgates of divine increase. And when it comes to money, this law works with precise obedience. The law of multiplication is embedded in all of creation. The seed multiplies, the loaves and fishes multiplied, the talents, when invested, multiplied. It is God's delight to give in abundance, but that abundance cannot enter a heart that curses its own supply. Most people hold their last dollar in fear. They say, I must hold on or I'll have none. But I say, bless that dollar, love that dollar, speak to it, multiply it with your word. For $1, blessed and declared as divine substance, contains the spiritual pattern of millions. Let me give you the example of a woman who had only $2 left. The world would have said she was broke, but she held those dollars in her hand and said, this is God's money. It is spiritual substance. It cannot be depleted. I bless it and see it multiply under grace in perfect ways. Within the week, $6,000 had come to her from a channel she had not imagined. Did the words create the money? Number they released it. The money was always there, waiting for her vibration to rise to its level. You see, the money is never far. It is only out of tune with your frequency. Your word is your tuning fork. Your decree is your alignment. Your blessing is your invitation. Stop asking where the money is. Start declaring, money is here. Money is ready. Money now multiplies under grace. And speak that not as a wish, but as a truth already in motion. The loaves and fishes were not multiplied through effort. They were not multiplied through counting. They were multiplied through gratitude and declaration. Jesus looked up, gave thanks, and then broke. And it was in the breaking that the increase came. You too must look at what you have, not with fear, but with faith, not with shrinking, but with spiritual boldness. Take what you have and speak this. I bless this money. I bless its source. I bless its direction. And I now see it return to me multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Do not wait until you have more to speak. Speak now. Speak when it is small. Speak when it looks insufficient. For the one who speaks to little is the one who governs much. The one who fears smallness will never taste overflow. but the one who sees divine pattern in every dollar touches the rhythm of multiplication. Money is not logical, it is lawful. And law listens to your voice. Law responds to your blessing. Law moves where you speak. So touch your money, even if it is $1, and say, "This money multiplies because I have blessed it in truth." And it shall be so, not by might, not by manipulation, but by the spoken word in alignment with divine law. Now I give you the sentence, not a charm, not a spell, not a phrase to recite without power. This is a divine declaration, a command to law, a vibration that aligns your voice with the invisible supply waiting to take shape. You are not saying it to beg. You are not saying it to test. You are saying it because you now understand that money obeys the spoken word. Say this aloud every time you touch money. Divine substance cannot be depleted. I bless this money and see it multiply under grace in perfect ways. Say it when you receive a payment. Say it when you pay a bill. Say it when you buy groceries, when you tip, when you transfer, when you count, when you give. Say it with the breath of certainty. Say it slowly. Say it like a king addressing his court. Say it like a priest sanctifying an offering, because that is what you are doing. You are sanctifying your substance. You are commanding multiplication. The law hears your rhythm. The universe bends to your word. You do not need to know the channel. You do not need to calculate the how. The sentence is not about logic. It is about vibration. When you say it, you shift your frequency. When you say it, you rise above fear. When you say it, you align with the divine storehouse that is always full. Let your relationship with money be purified. You no longer touch it in dread. You no longer feel shame in your body when you spend. You no longer shrink when you give. You no longer flinch when you look at your account. You speak the sentence, and the sentence governs the result. Money must multiply where it is blessed. That is law. Not because of you, but because of the source behind you. You are not the origin. You are the speaker. And the speaker who knows their power walks in plenty. So touch the dollar, touch the coins, touch the card, and say, "Divine substance cannot be depleted. I bless this money and see it multiply under grace in perfect ways." And say it as many times as needed until your body feels the truth, until your mind bows to law, until the vibration takes root, and you will see the proof. Because law, once activated by word, cannot return void. You must understand this now with fierce clarity. If money keeps fleeing you, it is not because money is unfaithful, it is because your word has pushed it away. Every idle sentence you speak against your own supply becomes a gate slammed shut in the face of abundance. Every time you say, "I can't afford that," money goes faster than it comes. "I'm always broke. This is too expensive." You are not describing a condition, you are creating one. Law does not wait to see if you are joking. It does not check your mood. It does not analyze your intent. It obeys your vibration. The subconscious hears your every declaration and moves to match your belief. You may speak these things lightly, passively, habitually, but the law receives them legally, not casually. And so your money hears, "There is never enough," and it disperses. It hears, "I'm not worthy," and it reroutes. It hears, "I always lose," and it disappears. You cannot curse your garden and expect a harvest. You cannot mock your field and expect fruit. Money is a divine instrument. It has ears. It is spiritual substance in form, and when handled with sarcasm, panic, or complaint, it withdraws. Not as punishment, but as principle. What is unblessed cannot stay. What is feared cannot flow. What is shamed cannot serve. So I ask you now, what have you been speaking over your money? What have you muttered when paying a bill? What have you whispered when looking at your account? What have you rehearsed to friends about your financial situation? Every phrase is a seed, and every seed brings forth after its kind. It is time to speak differently. It is time to bless what you once buried, to honor what you once mocked, to declare life where you once rehearsed lack. Say this when you touch your wallet, your bank app, your receipts. I do not curse my supply, I declare it sacred. Money flows to me freely now, and I speak only life over it. This is not denial, this is divine instruction. You are not ignoring reality, you are reshaping it. And the reality that forms next will be the one that obeys your most dominant word. So guard your mouth, guard your tongue. Let no false prophecy proceed from your lips. You are no longer the victim of money, you are the governor of it. And what you govern in spirit will obey you in form. Every time you pay a bill, every time you part with money, you are declaring what you believe about supply. Most people believe they are losing something when they pay. They believe they are being drained. But I tell you the truth. You are not spending money. You are circulating divine substance. And what you circulate with joy returns to you multiplied. Payment is not depletion. It is a spiritual transaction. It is proof that you trust the source of all good to refill what you have released. Never again speak fear over payment. Never again sigh when the rent is due. Never again groan when the bill arrives. These reactions are spells. They are anti-blessings. And the law, hearing your tone, responds not with increase but with echo, echoing the fear you just rehearsed. You must now handle your money as a priest handles the sacred cup, with reverence, with awareness, with spiritual rhythm. When you pay for anything, whisper this aloud, or in your heart if you must. I pay this in joy, and it returns to me multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. This is not poetry. This is spiritual math. What you give in joy always returns with increase. What you release in fear delays return. What you part with in gratitude creates immediate pathways for more. Payment is proof of circulation, and circulation is the law of life. Stagnation is the illusion of loss. You were never meant to hoard, to clutch, to panic. You were meant to bless, to trust, to command flow. Say this when the bill arrives. This is not a burden. It is proof I am trusted with substance. I send it forth, and it shall return tenfold. Now your bills are no longer triggers. They are tests of trust. And when you speak truth into them, they transform from chains to channels. Your rent becomes a portal, your electricity a gateway, your tuition a divine investment. Bless your payments, bless your giving, bless your outgoing with the same power you bless your incoming, because it is all one flow, all one law, and that which you handle with joy shall return with power. Every visible blessing begins with an invisible word. There is no exception. Your riches do not begin in the bank. They do not begin in the check, the job, or the client. They begin in the sentence. They begin with what you say before they appear. Most people wait to speak abundance until they see it, but that is not law. That is reaction. Law is cause. And the cause of riches is always the spoken word in faith. I have seen it time and time again. A woman stood with nothing but belief. No money in sight, no offers, no open doors. But she spoke, day and night. I see yellow bills, I see green bills, I see pink checks with divine abundance written in my name. She saw it, she felt it, she spoke it. Before a dollar had shown its face, she was speaking the truth that preceded it. And in time, because time is never the barrier of spirit, her mailbox began to agree. Yellow bills, green bills, pink checks. The very pattern she had declared appeared in form, not because she forced it, but because she had called it. Do not wait until you have proof to speak. Speak, and the proof will follow. Do not say, I'll believe it when I see it. That is the language of delay. Say instead, I'll see it because I have spoken it. For your world is but an echo of your most dominant decree. Scripture declares, God calleth those things which be not as though they were. Romans 4:17. This is the divine pattern. not describing the seen but commanding the unseen, not waiting for riches to appear, but creating them in word and walking in that word until it becomes form. Your sentence is your spiritual mold. When you speak riches in truth, your subconscious accepts the design, and then your outer world begins to match what your inner world has already shaped. So say it before it arrives. Say it while the purse feels empty. Say it while the account looks barren. Say it not to convince yourself, but to instruct law. And law, once instructed, begins to gather the necessary substance to fulfill your decree. Say this now. I see riches surrounding me. I walk in financial peace. Every day, in every way, my supply multiplies, visible and invisible. And speak it again tomorrow, and again the next day, until your inner world accepts it as fact, until your outer world can no longer resist. Because when the word becomes law in your soul, it must become matter in your hand. Do not jest with money. Do not mock your supply. Do not make yourself the punchline of poverty and expect wealth to honor you. This is a warning not from fear, but from divine clarity. Your subconscious has no sense of humor. It records every word you speak as instruction. It does not know when you are joking. It only knows vibration, tone, energy. It hears your laughter as law. It accepts your sarcasm as command. And then it constructs your experience in kind. I remember a woman who repeatedly said, "One day I'll be living in a trunk on the side of the road." She laughed when she said it. Others laughed with her. But her subconscious was not laughing. It was taking notes. It was preparing the trunk. It was arranging the condition. And soon enough, that was exactly where she found herself, living in a trunk on the side of the road. Not because she lacked ability, not because she lacked opportunity, but because she prophesied her own downfall. You must understand, there is no such thing as a neutral word. There are only constructive words and destructive ones, words that align with truth and words that align with fear. When you joke about being broke, your subconscious removes money to match. When you mock the rich, your mind makes sure you never become one. When you laugh at your own lack, you lengthen your season of scarcity. Stop using your tongue to entertain others at the expense of your own good. Words are not toys. They are tools. They are weapons. They are sacred instruments of law. Use them with reverence. Use them with awareness. Use them to create, not to collapse. If you have spoken foolishly about your finances, cancel it now. Speak this aloud. Every idle word I have spoken about money is now neutralized, reversed, and replaced by divine truth. Then replace the curse with blessing. Replace the sarcasm with structure. Replace the joke with justice. And speak only what you are ready to see appear. Say this instead. I speak only increase. I speak only favor. I speak only divine provision. Let your words become your wealth. Let your speech become your storehouse. Let no falsehood leave your lips, because every sentence is a seed, and what you sow, you must receive. If you would see wealth appear in your outer world, you must first see it and speak it in your inner one. This is the formula of manifestation. This is the divine architecture. First, the vision, then the vibration, then the visible. All things created first appear in imagination, then are sealed in word, then formed in reality. This is the rhythm of divine demonstration, and it cannot be bypassed. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be replaced by logic, labor, or luck. You must become the architect of your wealth. You must sit in the sanctuary of your spirit and build, not with bricks, but with words. Not with budgets, but with belief. You must see your riches before the world can. You must speak your abundance before the world confirms it. The law waits for a leader, and your leadership begins with image and word. The imagination is the womb, the spoken word is the seed, the demonstration is the birth. If you try to produce without seeing and saying, you will push in vain, but if you combine clear vision with sacred speech, the law will deliver. Let this become your daily ritual. Close your eyes and see your wealth. Not in fantasy, not in craving, but in truth. See the bills stacked in your drawer. See the payments complete. See the accounts overflowing. See the joy of giving. See the freedom of having. Do not wonder how. That is not your task. Your task is to form the blueprint, and the law will build it. Then speak what you see. Declare it aloud, even if your surroundings contradict it, even if the bank account mocks it, even if the world calls you delusional. Say it anyway, because what you speak in alignment must become form. Say, I see my wealth. I feel my abundance. I declare my supply. What I speak must now appear under grace and in perfect timing. And walk as one who has already received. Stop begging. Stop pleading. Start agreeing. Let your body move in rhythm with your decree. Stand tall. Speak clearly. Act with peace. Give with joy. Receive with gratitude. These are not performance, they are spiritual alignment. Your demonstration does not come by waiting. It comes by building. And building happens in silence, in speech, in the unseen. Then suddenly it appears, and the world calls it luck. But you know, it is law. So combine vision with vibration, combine image with declaration, and what you build inside will soon stand before you outside. Because when spirit hears both your sight and your sound, it delivers in full. There is a sacred window the world has forgotten, the moment before sleep and the moment of waking. These are the gates of the subconscious. These are the moments when your mind is most fertile, most receptive, most impressionable. And what you speak during these gates does not vanish. It roots itself deep in the soil of your being and governs what follows. So I say to you, bless your money at night and bless it in the morning, not as routine, not as superstition, but as law. Law works by repetition. Law responds to rhythm. You would not water a plant once and expect it to bloom. So do not speak your prosperity once and expect it to multiply. Speak it daily. Speak it at the doorposts of your day. Before you close your eyes at night, speak this sentence aloud. Let it be the last vibration your body remembers. I now draw from the abundance within and see wealth without. Every dollar I touch returns to me blessed and multiplied. Let this sentence travel with you into sleep. Let it echo through your subconscious chambers. Let your dream state be governed by truth, not fear. While you sleep, the seed will be watered. While you sleep, the subconscious will rearrange. While you sleep, spirit will move unseen channels into place. Then, when morning comes, do not touch your phone, your email, your news, until you have spoken the law again. Greet your supply. Greet the invisible abundance that now rushes toward you. Speak the sentence again with fresh breath and fresh expectation. I now draw from the abundance within and see wealth without. Every dollar I touch returns to me blessed and multiplied. Touch your wallet. Touch your purse. Touch your phone if it carries your digital accounts, and bless them, not out of duty, but out of dominion. Let them become symbols of spiritual obedience. Let them remind you that every object connected to your finances must now obey your vibration. Night and morning, the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega of your day. Let truth govern them both, and the middle shall fall in line. This is the double blessing. This is the daily rhythm of the spiritually prosperous, not occasional, not reactive, but rhythmic, bold, and faithful. What you speak in darkness appears in light. What you declare at rest shows up in motion. What you bless at sunrise returns by sundown. And so it is. There is one barrier more dangerous than doubt, more stubborn than fear, more hidden than lack. It is guilt. Guilt about wealth, guilt about wanting more, guilt about receiving while others lack. This is the invisible thief of abundance. For even when the law is spoken and the word is right, guilt in the heart will reject what the voice has commanded. You must cleanse yourself of every false belief that says you are unworthy of riches, that wanting money is selfish, that having more is wrong. These are not spiritual ideas. They are human interpretations of fear, wrapped in morality and shame. But the truth is this: your wealth serves God when you receive it in righteousness. The law is not offended by your overflow. The Spirit is not jealous of your storehouse. The infinite is not limited by your portion. There is no scarcity in divine mind. When you receive, you do not take from others. You simply align faster. You become an example of law in action, a testimony that truth does not fail. I have said before, and I say it again, nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last. These words must replace the guilt in your gut. These truths must override the inherited shame of generations. If you feel guilt when receiving, speak this: it is right for me to prosper. I use money in love, and money flows to me in peace. And if the voice of shame whispers, "Who are you to have more?" answer with law: I am a child of the Most High. I inherit all good. I release guilt and walk in grace. You cannot speak multiplication while holding on to guilt. You cannot bless your money and then hate yourself for having it. These are contradictions that collapse demonstration. But when you release guilt, you release restriction. When you accept that your wealth blesses others, you open wider channels. Say it with me now: my wealth is a blessing to all. I release guilt. I walk in truth. I receive with ease, and I give with joy. Let this become your new truth. Let it soak into your bones. Let it echo louder than the old voices. You are not here to struggle. You are not here to shrink. You are here to demonstrate what is possible when guilt dies and law reigns. And from this new place, abundance comes freely. The law never fails. It is not partial. It is not delayed by distance, by economy, or by opinion. It does not consider how long you've struggled or how many times you've cried. It responds to the spoken word of truth, declared in rhythm, backed by faith, and sealed with silence. When you speak rightly and do not contradict your word, the law goes to work. I once knew a woman in great need. She was out of work. Rent was due. Fear swirled around her like a storm. But she had learned the law, and she did not beg. She did not panic. She closed her eyes, touched her empty wallet, and spoke this sentence aloud: God is my immediate and inexhaustible supply. Unexpected channels open to me now. She said it once, and again, and again. Not frantically, but faithfully. Then she went about her day. Hours later, she walked past a bush and felt drawn to look beneath it. There, tucked under leaves, was an envelope with her name on it. Inside, the exact amount she needed, enough to pay her rent in full and buy food for the week. Some would call that coincidence. I call it demonstration. Because this same rhythm has happened to thousands. The moment they stop begging and start declaring, the law begins to shape new channels. The moment they stop rehearsing fear and start speaking supply, the invisible becomes visible. You may say, but that hasn't happened for me. Then I ask you, have you spoken in faith or in fear? Have you declared with authority or have you hoped with doubt? The law hears certainty, not emotion, not noise. Certainty. Speak now. The law never fails. I declare my supply, and it must appear, under grace and in perfect ways. Let this become your daily conviction. Do not wonder how. Do not watch the clock. Simply speak and walk and trust. Because when the word is spoken in rhythm with truth, the form must follow. The law never forgets your decree. It never misplaces your request. It always fulfills your spoken pattern. So pattern your words in faith, and the results will be undeniable. There is no chaos in spirit. There is no confusion in divine mind. Only man disorganizes what God has already made whole. If your finances feel tangled, heavy, delayed, or unclear, it is not because God has withheld your good. It is because your vibration has not yet aligned with divine order. You have spoken inconsistently. You have feared while paying. You have blessed in one breath and complained in the next. And law, which must reflect your rhythm, has mirrored your disorder. But the moment you bring your words, your feelings, and your decisions into harmony, you activate divine order in your finances. Order is not about budgeting. It is not about paperwork. It is not about being perfect. It is about spiritual alignment. It is about inner clarity that manifests as outer peace. And divine order begins with your decree. Speak this daily. Every dollar in my world is aligned, assigned, and multiplying under grace. Let that be the spiritual architecture of your money, aligned with truth, assigned to good, and multiplying with ease. No more rogue spending driven by fear. No more hiding from bills. No more disowning your wealth. You are the governor of your financial reality, and governors do not guess, they command. This is your spiritual instruction. Tithe in faith, not in fear. Give with joy, not with guilt. Save in wisdom, not in worry. Spend in peace, not in panic. Let every action with money be a testimony of trust. Money is not your master, it is your tool. It is the servant of your spoken decree. So use it with reverence, use it with rhythm, and speak into every financial decision this law. I do not manage money by might. I govern it by divine order, and what is governed by law cannot fail. Let your inner world reflect the peace of knowing your supply is steady, your seed is blessed, and your return is multiplying even now. When order reigns inside, chaos must bow outside. You are not becoming prosperous. You are now aligned with the truth that you already are. Walk in that knowing, act in that rhythm, and watch your money rise to meet the vibration of your word. Now you know, and once you know, you cannot return to the old vibration. You cannot unknow law, you cannot unspeak truth. The power has always been yours, but now it is conscious, now it is awakened. And I charge you, child of God, not to walk forward in fear, but to walk forward in financial dominion. You are not waiting for money. Money is waiting for you, waiting for your voice, waiting for your consistency, waiting for your blessing. You have been given the keys to increase, the sentence of multiplication, the law of spoken truth, the act of sacred circulation, the rhythm of night and morning declaration. These are not theories. These are not ideas. They are tools of demonstration. Use them. Touch your money and speak. Pay your bills and bless. See lack and declare abundance. Feel doubt and override it with rhythm. Let no financial moment pass without awareness. Let no coin slip through your fingers without praise. Let no transaction escape your vibration. And now, for your final charge, say this aloud with boldness. Money now comes to me from expected and unexpected sources. I walk in plenty. I speak in plenty. I live in the law of increase. My supply is sure. My word is law, and my wealth is unfolding even now. Again. My supply is sure, my word is law, and my wealth is unfolding even now. Say it until the rhythm writes itself into your body, until the mind submits, until the outer world must obey. You are not beneath money. You are not afraid of it. You are not confused by it. You now handle it as a priest handles the sacred, with truth, with power, with joy. Speak this every time you touch money, and watch what follows. Because spirit is listening, law is moving, and your word, once spoken in faith, cannot return void. And so it is. You do not need more time. You do not need to wait another year, another season, another lesson, another sign. You do not need more money, more degrees, or more effort. What you need, what you have always needed, is a word, a single, aligned, spiritually charged sentence spoken with divine conviction. One sentence that does not beg or explain or hope, but commands. One sentence that rewires the vibration of your entire life and calls forth what was already prepared for you in the invisible. One sentence that shifts your inner world so completely that the outer must bow in 24 hours. The world will tell you change takes time, that you must crawl toward healing, that progress is measured in years. But I tell you by spiritual law, transformation is not on a calendar. It is on a word. The moment you speak with faith, the moment you declare your divine identity, the moment you cancel the old rhythm and replace it with truth, law moves. Spirit begins rearranging. The demonstration starts, not in a week, not in a year, but now. And what has tarried will appear, because the word has gone forth, and it shall not return void. The opening of creation was not a plan. It was not a process. It was not a strategy. It was a sentence. Let there be light, and there was light. No debate, no delay, no discussion, just a holy sentence, charged with creative power, spoken into the void. And that same law is yours. That same breath has been given to you. That same authority waits on your command. You were never meant to wander. You were meant to speak. You have tried everything else. You've journaled. You've waited. You've worked. You've worried. But you have not yet spoken this one sentence. The sentence that cancels delay. The sentence that breaks the spell. The sentence that reroutes time, reclaims direction, and returns you to the rhythm of God's perfect plan. And I say to you with sacred urgency, until you speak the word, nothing moves. But once you do, everything shifts. Not in concept, but in form. Not in theory, but in substance. Spirit is not moved by emotion. Spirit is not moved by longing. Spirit is moved by truth, declared with faith, spoken with boldness, released without fear. So stay close. Because before this message ends, you will have that sentence. You will know how to speak it, when to speak it, and what to expect when you do. This is not a suggestion. This is not a philosophy. This is law. And when the law is activated by your word, your life begins again, within 24 hours. Let us begin. Most people do not live lives. They live loops, spirals of waiting, patterns of delay. They walk the same circle of lack and call it reality. They touch the edge of breakthrough, only to fall back into fear, not because they are weak, not because they are cursed, but because they have never been taught to speak. They react, they wish, they analyze, but they do not decree. And without a decree, the law remains inactive. Without the word, the demonstration remains unborn. Without a sentence, your good stays sealed in the invisible. I have seen lives frozen in time, not by external enemies, but by internal silence. Not by lack of opportunity, but by lack of spiritual command. These are people with vision, with ideas, with heart, but no rhythm in their word, no command in their mouth, no sacred sentence upon which the law can operate. So they drift, they repeat. They become spiritual bystanders in a world that was meant to be spoken into shape. Let me be clear. Spirit will never override your silence. God will never impose order where your word has not invited it. The law is perfect, but it is not forceful. It waits on your participation. It waits on your vibration. It waits on your voice. Until then, your reality defaults to the patterns of fear, culture, memory, and inherited limitation. Not because that is truth, but because that is the only rhythm available. Imagine a ship out at sea, engine running, sails raised, but no direction given, no port declared, no coordinates set. That ship is not broken. It is simply leaderless. And most lives are lived exactly like this, drifting, not by accident, but by absence of speech. You are not meant to drift. You are meant to direct. You are not meant to guess. You are meant to govern. But to govern, you must speak. You must say aloud, daily, faithfully, rhythmically, the words that tell the universe where to go. You must give spirit something to work with, a blueprint, a command, a sentence that slices through confusion and establishes truth. Until you speak with authority, your life cannot rise in power. Until you declare the law, your timeline cannot reorder. Until you give voice to divine instruction, heaven cannot deliver what is already yours. You are not waiting on spirit. Spirit is waiting on you. So I ask you, what have you spoken today? What sentence has governed your last 24 hours? Have you declared your direction? Or have you merely described your delays? Have you prophesied or have you complained? Have you activated law or have you surrendered to appearance? If you are stuck, the answer is not more trying. The answer is not more thinking. The answer is a sentence. And once spoken, the drift ends. The turnaround begins. And the law, which never fails, begins its holy work. Every delay, every derailment, every so-called detour has one thing in common. It was never greater than the law. The law is not concerned with how far you've gone in the wrong direction. It is only concerned with the moment you speak the right word. Because the law of the turnaround does not operate on logic. It operates on alignment. The very second you align your vibration with divine truth, the turnaround begins. The law doesn't require explanation. It doesn't ask how long you've been stuck. It responds instantly to the command of faith. There are those who believe change must be gradual, that transformation must follow a long path of repentance or restitution. But spiritual law does not need time. It needs permission, and permission is given through the word. The moment you say, "I am now aligned with divine good," the law does not hesitate. It moves, it corrects, it reroutes. It makes all things new, not someday, but now. Let me tell you a true story. A woman came to me in despair. Her finances were gone, her relationships in ruins. She said, "I've tried everything." But I told her she had not yet spoken everything. I gave her one sentence, a sentence anchored in law, a sentence spoken not in panic but in rhythm. She spoke it aloud, 3 times in the morning, 3 at night. She did not beg, she did not explain. She declared. And within 24 hours, she received a phone call that reversed her situation entirely. A debt was forgiven, a check released, a new opportunity delivered. And she asked, how could it happen so fast? Because the law does not move by speed. It moves by alignment. The moment she aligned with truth, without fear, without doubt, without contradiction, the law of the turnaround activated. Not because she earned it, not because she fixed everything, but because she finally spoke the language of heaven. This law is ancient, it is spiritual, it is biblical, and it is available to you now. In Isaiah 30:21 it is written, "And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it." That word is not just from heaven, it must also come from your own mouth. You must say, "This is the way," and begin walking by the sound of your own divine command. So hear me clearly. Your turnaround is one sentence away. Not because the sentence is magical, but because it carries the vibration of truth. It activates law. It ends confusion. It realigns your life with what was already written. The law of the turnaround does not delay. It does not need process. It needs a word. And once the word is spoken, what once took years now takes hours. Because the moment your vibration shifts, everything else must obey. Now I give you the sentence. This is not poetry. This is not positive thinking. This is not a motivational phrase. This is spiritual technology, a divine key. When spoken in faith, without apology, it overrides fear, cancels delay, breaks the rhythm of resistance, and activates your demonstration within 24 hours. The sentence is short, but the law it activates is eternal. Say it slowly. Say it with reverence. Say it aloud. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Again. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. This sentence carries 3 laws in one breath. First, the law of assumption. I now step into, you are no longer hoping, trying, chasing, waiting. You are stepping into. You are moving in faith. You are entering what already exists. Heaven responds to movement, not hesitation. Second, the law of divine timing. The life that has already been prepared for me. This is not a life you build. This is a life that has already been constructed in the Spirit. Every desire, every vision, every divine idea was placed in your heart because it already exists in the invisible. You are not creating it, you are claiming it. Third, the law of accelerated demonstration. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. You are not demanding. You are not controlling. You are commanding in rhythm with divine order. 24 hours is not a test. It is an affirmation that law is instantaneous when fully aligned. The visible may shift immediately or begin its movement the moment you speak, but the spiritual turnaround is always now. Let me give you its scriptural root. Isaiah 65:24. Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. This means heaven does not wait to respond. It responds in advance to the vibration of aligned speech. Before you even finish the sentence, Spirit has already begun. And when you speak this sentence, speak it not from fear, not from pressure, but from authority. Speak it not as a question, but as law, because it is law, a law that never fails, a law that governs supply, direction, healing, success, a law that cannot delay when spoken by one who knows they are backed by divine right. Say it again, boldly, with power. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. This is your sentence. It is your key. And once spoken in faith, the gate swings open. Because the law, once activated, moves faster than thought and deeper than fear. And it will not return void. Here it is. The sentence most people never speak. The sentence most souls hunger for but never dare to declare. The sentence that cuts through confusion, erases wasted years, silences fear, and overrides every false rhythm you've inherited from the world. It is not complicated. It is not hidden. It is not reserved for the spiritual elite. It is a key, and I now place it in your hands. But you must use it. You must speak it. Not softly, not questioningly, but with command, conviction, and rhythm. Here is the sentence. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Say it aloud. Let the syllables pass your lips like lightning. Let the vibration move through your body. Let heaven hear you with clarity. Again. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Why does this sentence work? Because it speaks to 3 laws in one rhythm. The first is the law of assumption. You are no longer waiting, wishing, or wandering. You are stepping in. You do not ask if it is possible. You step in as though it already is, because in spirit it is. In the invisible, the door is already open. The life already exists. It is not coming. It is waiting. And when you step, it rushes forward to meet you. The second law is the law of divine timing. The life that has already been prepared for me. It is not being built. It is done, complete, finished. The moment you desired it, heaven designed it. The vision was not random. It was recognition. You saw what was already yours, and now you speak it into form. God does not make you guess. He prepares and positions, and your word gives you access. And the third law, the one that shakes the illusion of delay, is the law of accelerated demonstration. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Not because you're rushing, not because you're demanding, but because law does not need time. It needs alignment. And 24 hours is not a test of God. It is a test of your willingness to speak as one who knows. Your world can rewire in an hour, in a breath, in a blink, when the word is true. Scripture confirms it. Isaiah 65:24. Before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Before the sentence is finished, heaven has heard it. Spirit does not lag. Law does not stall. Law acts the moment your vibration aligns with its design. So say it now. Say it with power. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. You are not hoping. You are not begging. You are commanding. This is not a fantasy. It is your divine right. Spirit has waited for this moment. The unseen has waited for your word. Now speak it, often, faithfully, rhythmically, and prepare to see a rearrangement so swift it will humble your mind and glorify your God. Because once the sentence is spoken, the law begins. A sentence is not a spell. It is not something you whisper one time and hope the universe hears you. It is a command, and a command must be given with rhythm, with reverence, and with repetition. You are not casting wishes into the air. You are constructing reality with the substance of sound. You must speak the sentence as one who rules, not one who pleads, as one who knows, not one who doubts. Your tone matters. Your posture matters. Your expectation matters, because spirit responds not to words alone, but to the vibration behind them. When should you speak it? Speak it first thing in the morning, before the world can argue with your truth. Speak it again at midday, when momentum threatens to fade. Speak it once more before sleep, when the veil between seen and unseen thins. And speak it in moments of action. Before you send the message, make the decision, step into the room. Let it be your spiritual password, your energetic permission slip, your internal ignition. Let every act of your day be preceded by the decree. And how should you say it? Not fast, not flat. Say it with rhythm, with breath, with pause, with power. Imagine you are standing before the gates of your own kingdom, and your voice is the key. Imagine your future is already standing behind the curtain, waiting on a single word to be summoned. Then speak. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Let every syllable carry command. Let no part of you contradict it. Do not rush it. Do not analyze it. Speak it as law. Say it until it imprints your cells, until your nervous system no longer reacts to appearances, but to truth. Say it until the voice of doubt dissolves. Say it until your environment changes. Because it will. It must. The law cannot return void. And what must you not do? Do not speak it once, and then speak fear the rest of the day. Do not declare it in the morning and cancel it with complaint by noon. Do not plant this seed and then dig it up with worry. Guard your mouth like a temple. Let nothing come from your lips that weakens your word. Remember, the sentence is not magic. It is law. It works not because you are worthy, but because it is aligned. It works not because you try hard, but because you speak truth. And truth, when spoken boldly, reorders everything in your favor. So speak it again, now. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. This is how you move mountains. This is how you shift timelines. This is how you become the governor of your own demonstration. Not through hoping, not through waiting, but through the bold, faithful rhythm of your word. And the moment you speak like this consistently, the universe responds. Not in confusion, but in perfect, ordered manifestation. Many ask, is it really possible? Can one sentence change my life in 24 hours? And I answer with holy certainty, yes, if it is spoken in the vibration of divine law. Because spiritual transformation is not gradual, it is not a slow burn. It is instantaneous in the unseen and visible in the seen as fast as your belief will permit it. There is no time in spirit. What you think takes months in matter takes only moments in truth. The speed is not about the sentence. It is about the certainty. Let me explain what I call the spiritual physics of manifestation. Spirit is substance, word is vibration, and vibration is the pattern that matter must obey. When you speak from spiritual alignment, your words send a command into the invisible, a pattern that pulls every particle of reality into new form. This is not mysticism, it is law. Law is perfect. Law is exact. Law is obedient. Jesus spoke in Matthew 8:13, "As thou hast believed, so be it done unto thee." And his servant was healed in the same hour. Not tomorrow, not next week, the same hour. Why? Because the belief matched the word and the word activated law. This is what most miss. They speak the right phrase but in the wrong rhythm. They mouth the truth but think in fear. They repeat words without embodiment. But the moment you truly believe and speak as one who governs, the healing comes. The supply appears. The shift begins. You do not need 40 days. You do not need more suffering. You do not need to beg God to do what has already been done. You need only to speak as one who already possesses. Because you do. What you seek is not far off. It is here, hovering, surrounding you in the invisible, waiting to take form the moment you give it structure through your sentence. Think of your words as architectural blueprints. Your sentence is the design. Spirit is the builder. The moment the design is clear and aligned, the building begins. And I tell you this, God builds fast. There is no backlog in heaven, no delay in divine supply. The only delay is your own hesitation to speak. And why 24 hours? Not as a deadline, not as a test, but as a sacred rhythm of expectation. One full cycle of surrender. One rotation of the sun to practice unwavering command. One container in which your word must live, breathe, and grow. If you can hold your declaration for 24 hours without contradicting it, doubting it, or weakening it, you will see the first evidence of change. A shift in the air, a sign in your inbox, a message, a release, a movement, because the law responds instantly to spiritual integrity. Say this now. Time does not delay me. Spirit does not stall. What I speak in truth appears in form within 24 hours by divine law. And so it is. Your mind is not your master, it is your servant. And yet, for most people, the servant has become the king. Thoughts of fear, regret, and repetition run wild because the mind has never been trained by the word. But today, the pattern breaks. Today, you begin to reprogram the rhythm of your entire mental atmosphere with a single sentence spoken with divine authority. You do not need to wrestle with every thought. You do not need to fix every memory. You need only to plant one new seed so strong, so rhythmic, so filled with spiritual voltage that it overrides everything that came before it. That seed is this sentence. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. The moment this becomes your mental baseline, your subconscious must shift. Your nervous system must obey. Your energy must match. This sentence does not just declare what is coming, it replaces what was. It clears the fog of old timelines, cancels the emotional residue of delay, and tells your entire being, we no longer live in fear, we live in law. Now hear me. Most minds are trained by trauma, by culture, by logic, by memory. Yours must be trained by truth. And truth is not passive. It is spoken. It is repetitive. It is rhythmic. Speak the sentence as a mantra, as a melody, as a metronome. Every time an old thought rises, replace it. Every time fear flares, override it. Every time you feel behind, declare you've just arrived. The mind does not argue with conviction. It bows to rhythm. It bends to repetition. Here is how you reprogram. Before sleep, speak the sentence aloud. Let it be the last vibration your body hears. Upon waking, speak it again. Let it go ahead of you into the day. In moments of doubt, speak it slowly, 3 times, breathing with each word. Write it, repeat it, sing it if you must, but never let it die in silence. You are not merely convincing yourself. You are constructing a new mental track, a spiritual groove, and once it is deep enough, it becomes automatic. The old beliefs cannot survive in the presence of spoken law. The new sentence becomes your internal software, and once the system changes, your experience must follow. Say it now, not as a lesson, but as a reprogramming tool. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Do you feel the shift? That is not imagination. That is reality responding. Because the mind, once dominated by the word, becomes the womb of your demonstration. You are not your past thoughts. You are not your old programming. You are the speaker of truth, and today your inner world begins again. And so it is. The universe does not respond to your need, it responds to your word. Divine law does not act on confusion, it acts on clarity. Heaven does not move when you panic, it moves when you command. And the moment you speak your word as law, as settled, as unquestionable truth, the entire architecture of the unseen begins to shift. The particles rearrange, the doors unlock, the paths clear, because the voice of spiritual authority has been heard. Now hear me clearly. The command that makes the universe move is not loud, it is not desperate, it is aligned. It is the sound of someone who knows, not someone who begs, not someone who waits, not someone who wonders if it's too late, but someone who understands the covenant they walk in, the law that backs them, and the power of the sentence they speak. So I give you a sacred challenge, not for entertainment, not for curiosity, but for divine demonstration. For the next 3 days, yes, 3 days, speak this sentence 4 times daily. Once upon waking, once at midday, once before sunset, once at midnight. Each time, speak as a commander speaks to the sea. Speak as one who parts clouds with a breath. Speak as one who has nothing to prove, but everything to claim. Here is the sentence, and this time you will say it as law. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Do not change the wording. Do not add your fear to it. Do not ask how. The law does not require how. The law requires alignment. And what will happen? You will feel resistance rise. You will feel the mind question. But stay faithful to the rhythm. Because the moment you pass through the veil of doubt, a shift will begin. You will notice synchronicities. You will receive a message. You will sense peace. You will feel the weight of delay lift. And then, within 24 hours, a sign, a blessing, a movement will appear. Why? Because you spoke it, you commanded it, you anchored it, and law cannot return void. Say this now as your first command of the day. I command my life into divine order. I speak with authority. I expect the demonstration now. This is not about ego. This is not about magic. This is about spiritual maturity. You are not here to hope. You are here to govern. You are not here to suffer. You are here to speak. The universe does not favor the strong. It favors the speaker of aligned truth. So speak. Speak often. Speak with fire. And know that each time you do, the invisible bends. The path unfolds. The supply moves, because you finally took your place as one who governs through the word. And so it is. Now we seal the word in rhythm. We do not reason. We do not analyze. we affirm. These declarations are not decorations. They are spiritual charges, lightning bolts sent into the unseen. Each one is a strike against delay. Each one is a vibration that rearranges your timeline. Do not whisper them, declare them. Let every syllable become law as it leaves your mouth. Speak these aloud with breath, with boldness, with rhythm. I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. I am not late, I am aligned. My supply is present and rushing into form. The old is gone, the demonstration begins. Spirit moves at the speed of my faith. I am not waiting, I am receiving. I command with love, and law responds in power. Again, I step in. It is prepared. It appears now. You are not speaking to convince anyone. You are speaking to activate the blueprint. You are not asking for help. You are triggering law. These words are not tools. They are templates. Spoken into the atmosphere, they build the form that your demonstration will follow. Now speak this closing seal. Say it slowly. Say it 3 times. Say it with everything in you. I speak, I align, I receive. I speak, I align, I receive. I speak, I align, I receive. Let this rhythm be your reality. Let this sentence be your new foundation. And remember, each time you speak, something is sent, something is stirred, something is summoned. And so it is. Now that you have spoken, keep speaking. Now that you have remembered, stay in rhythm. You have not reached the end of a video. You have crossed into a new way of being. You have received a sentence, not just to recite, but to live by. And if you truly walk in it, if you speak it with dominion, you will begin to see signs, evidence, shifts, surprises, all within 24 hours, not because you forced them, but because you finally aligned. I invite you now, not to perform, not to prove, but to declare. Write the sentence in the comments, not for engagement, not for show, but as an act of spiritual activation. Let your sentence echo into the digital field, and let your comment become your contract with divine law. Type, I now step into the life that has already been prepared for me. It appears within 24 hours by divine law. Come back to it later. Witness the alignment. Witness the comments that shift your faith. Return tomorrow and testify. Your word is not just an idea. It is a spiritual agreement. Subscribe, not for more content, but to remain in the current. Let this channel be your reminder. Let this voice anchor you when you drift. Let this rhythm reset you when the world distracts you. You are not a seeker anymore. You are a speaker. You are a governor. You are one who walks by law. And now that you've spoken, watch what unfolds. Not by chance, not by effort, but by the unbreakable law that what you speak in faith must appear in form. It is done, and so it is. Your wealth is not stuck. Your mouth is. You are not cursed. You are not forgotten. You are simply out of rhythm with divine law. Every dollar that has ever come into your life, and every dollar that has stayed away, answered to one thing: your word. Not your desire, not your effort, not your hustle, your word. Spoken in rhythm, spoken in faith, spoken in alignment with the unseen law that governs all substance. I do not speak to you today as a philosopher. I speak to you as one who has watched men and women rise from poverty to power, not through strategy, but through spoken law. Their money changed when their mouth changed. Their conditions obeyed their tongue. You were never taught this because the world does not want you to know. It wants you begging, reacting, reasoning, grinding. But spiritual law wants you declaring. Divine law wants you commanding. And when you speak in rhythm with the higher law, wealth becomes your servant, not your master. So I ask you, are you ready to stop rehearsing your condition and start speaking your supply? Are you ready to burn the lie that says money is random and ignite the truth that says money is obedient? Because your mouth is not decoration. It is the divine switchboard of manifestation. It is the instrument through which the unseen becomes visible. And the moment you speak as one aligned with spirit, lack must leave. Now we begin. Let me teach you what was hidden. Let me train your voice to become wealth's command. Let me show you the 9 spoken laws that change everything. In the beginning was the Word, not effort, not strategy, not human wisdom, the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is not poetry. It is blueprint. It is revelation. It is divine instruction. If the universe itself was spoken into being, how can you doubt that your financial reality responds to the same law? You are not separate from the source. You were created in the image of the Creator, and to be made in that image is to possess the power to speak form into existence. You have spoken your world into its current condition, and the great tragedy is not that your voice is weak, but that it has been undirected. You have declared struggle while hoping for overflow. You have cursed your bank account while praying for increase. You have repeated phrases like, "It's never enough," and "I don't know how I'll make it," and you wonder why divine substance has stayed locked behind the veil. But spiritual law does not negotiate. It fulfills what you speak. It multiplies what you repeat. It delivers not what you want, but what you say with conviction. Every law of wealth is activated by vibration, and vibration is released through the spoken word. When you speak, you are not making noise. You are issuing spiritual commands. You are instructing your subconscious. You are setting creative power in motion. And that power obeys, not your effort, not your emotions, not your theology, your word. When it is spoken with rhythm, spoken with faith, spoken with authority, it becomes law. This is why I teach spoken truth, not whispered hope. This is why I instruct you to speak aloud, daily, rhythmically. Because your voice is not for communication alone, it is for creation. Until your word changes, your world cannot. You may believe the truth in your heart, but until you speak it into the ethers, the law remains dormant. Heaven moves on vibration, not silence. You were never taught this because the world prefers you silent. It prefers you stuck in thought, bound by confusion, reacting instead of commanding. But you are not here to be a beggar at the gate of wealth. You are here to be a commander of spiritual substance, and your command begins with word. So now I will teach you what they hid from you. I will show you how to speak with power, with rhythm, with faith. I will give you the 9 laws that govern wealth through voice, not to impress you, to free you. Because when your tongue becomes obedient, your life becomes miraculous. Your tongue is not flesh, it is fire. It is the gateway through which divine law enters matter. It is the sword that cuts through the appearance of lack. And if you do not train it, it will betray you. It will echo what you fear instead of what you believe. It will rehearse what you see instead of declare what must be. That is why the spoken word must be disciplined. You do not get wealthy by thinking positive. You get wealthy by speaking with rhythm, with authority, with full agreement between your spirit and your speech. Most people speak like beggars. They hope with their lips and doubt with their breath. They sprinkle in affirmations and sabotage them with complaints. They declare abundance and then say things like, "Money's just not coming in," or "I never catch a break." That is not spiritual power. That is vibrational confusion. And law does not reward confusion. It fulfills clarity. It obeys consistency. It multiplies what is spoken with rhythm. So I teach you now. Stop describing your life. Declare it. Stop waiting for conditions to change before you change your language. Change your language, and conditions will obey. Begin each day with truth, not as hope, but as law. Say, "My words are divine substance. I do not speak opinion. I speak wealth." Speak to your bank account. Speak to your bills. Speak to the email inbox. Speak to the wallet in your hand. Do not report what you see. Command what must appear. This is not pretending, this is training. You are not speaking to feel better, you are speaking to form reality. And that formation happens through rhythm, through spoken substitution. Every time you catch a fear-based thought, substitute it with declaration. Every time your mouth opens to complain, interrupt it with truth. You say, I am the vessel of divine supply. All that is mine by spiritual right appears now. You say, because I speak in rhythm, I receive in rhythm. You say, my words are wealth in seed form. You are not allowed to rehearse fear anymore. You are not allowed to joke about being broke. You are not allowed to echo old programming and then cry out for new provision. Your voice must become a sanctuary, a temple, a frequency chamber where only truth is allowed to echo. And that truth, when spoken enough, becomes belief. And that belief, when fused with rhythm, becomes form. Start with a journal. Write the declarations that most disturb your old identity. Read them aloud every morning. Speak them again at noon. Seal them again at night. This is not superstition. This is spiritual architecture. You are not trying to get rich. You are becoming the person who cannot avoid it. Because once your mouth belongs to law, wealth cannot disobey you. There is a science to speech, a rhythm to spoken creation. And once you learn it, not just mentally but viscerally, your world begins to obey your mouth instead of your mood. These first three laws are the foundation. They are the pillars upon which all spoken wealth rests. Do not skip them. Do not rush them. They are not ideas. They are frequencies. And when obeyed, they bend the substance of the unseen into visible form. Law 1. The law of creative declaration. The first law is simple, absolute, and divine. I speak wealth, and wealth obeys. This is not poetic. It is vibrational law. Your words create molds. Into those molds, substance must pour. You do not wait to see change before you declare it. You speak it, knowing that divine law never returns void. You say, money flows to me richly and endlessly. You say, the channels of supply are wide open. You say, I speak wealth into form now, not later. You declare, not as one asking permission, but as one carrying dominion. This law shatters passive affirmations. It removes the timid hopefulness of soft spirituality. This is not manifestation through emotion. This is manifestation through divine command. And when your voice aligns with truth, nothing can resist the form it demands. Law 2, the law of repetition. What you repeat, you resurrect. Most people repeat failure unconsciously. They repeat lack as humor, worry, habit. They do not realize their repetition is a resurrection. But now you will reverse it. You will choose what to repeat. You will choose what to resurrect. You will speak wealth so consistently, so rhythmically, so boldly, that the entire structure of your subconscious begins to bend toward increase. Do not worry if it feels foreign at first. That is a good sign. It means you are rewiring your internal rhythm. The first time you say, I am richly supplied, your body may flinch. Say it again and again, until the old rhythm breaks, until the inner contradiction shatters, until your voice becomes your native language of wealth. Repetition is not foolishness. It is spiritual programming. It is how law rewrites the script of your reality. Law 3. The law of substitution. Every time a fear-based thought tries to escape your lips, stop it, replace it, speak a greater truth. That is the law of substitution. You cannot hold two vibrations at once, so when one arises, you choose the dominant one. When lack says, this won't work, you say, it is already working. When fear says, what if I fail? You answer, divine success is inevitable for me. When doubt says, be realistic, you declare, I serve spiritual law, not appearances. You are no longer a slave to reactive speech. You are now a master of substitution. You replace reaction with rhythm. You replace fear with fire. You replace confusion with command. These three laws, creative declaration, repetition, and substitution, form the root system of all spoken wealth. Practice them daily, speak them aloud, drill them into the soil of your spirit, because once these are installed, your voice becomes law. And once your voice becomes law, your life becomes evidence. If the first three laws build your foundation, the next three laws purify your alignment. These are the laws that close the gap between what you say and what you actually live. Because many speak wealth but leak fear. Many affirm abundance but contradict it with tone, with jokes, with sighs, with casual self-sabotage. But spiritual law is exact. It multiplies signal, not intention. If your signal is fractured, your harvest is scattered. These three laws bring your vibration into agreement so that when you speak, your whole being becomes the command. Law 4, the law of non-contradiction. You cannot bless and curse with the same tongue. You cannot affirm abundance in the morning and gossip about bills in the afternoon. You cannot speak prosperity and joke about being broke. The universe does not read your sincerity. It reads your rhythm. It reads what you say most consistently, not what you mean to say. This law demands purity of speech. It demands consistency of vibration. It demands that your tongue no longer play both sides. Say this now. I do not contradict myself. My word is pure. My word is law. Every time you're tempted to contradict truth, pause. Speak a higher word. Speak the greater law. You are no longer rehearsing both faith and fear. You are choosing a side, and because you choose truth, your reality will reflect only truth. Law 5, the law of divine naming. You must learn to name things rightly. What you name, you claim. What you label, you lock in. Most people name their situation based on fear. They call it bad luck, a disaster, never-ending struggle. And spiritual law says, so be it. But you must name your world according to truth. You do not call it debt. You call it temporary appearance, now dissolving. You do not call it recession. You call it divine reallocation of wealth into my hands. You name what you desire, not what you fear. Remember how God brought form to chaos by naming. Let there be light. Let the waters be gathered. He did not describe. He did not explain. He named. And what was named appeared. This law is yours to walk in. Speak it. I name what must appear. I name supply into visibility. I name myself wealthy, and so I become. Law 6, the law of embodied tone. Your words are not just sentences. They are containers of frequency, and the tone with which you speak determines their power. If you affirm with uncertainty, you inject the declaration with doubt. If you speak from weariness, the vibration is weakened. But when you speak from embodiment, when your tone reflects ownership, the law responds immediately. This is why some people affirm daily and see no results. Their tone betrays their inner state. They are reciting, not commanding. But you must speak as one already supplied. You must speak wealth like it is oxygen. You must declare with the voice of the already answered. Say, my tone carries the wealth I command. I speak as one who already has. I do not ask, I declare. When you live by these three laws, non-contradiction, divine naming, embodied tone, you no longer send mixed signals into the field. You become a clear vessel, a sonic channel, a vibrational authority. And your voice becomes magnetic. It attracts without strain. It draws without chasing. Because now, you no longer speak from effort. You speak from alignment. Now that your foundation is set and your alignment is purified, we move to the laws of manifestation and multiplication. These final three laws are not passive truths. They are spiritual weapons. They move money. They dissolve barriers. They open gates. And they do not wait for perfect conditions. They wait for bold obedience. These are the laws of divine speech that call things forth, bless your seed, and ensure that every word you release returns to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Law 7. The law of prophetic speech. You are not here to speak what is. You are here to speak what must be. Prophetic speech is not prediction. It is not forecasting. It is authoritative command over the unseen. You do not speak based on your emotions. You speak based on divine law. You speak to create, not to react. When the bills come, you say, "This is already paid by invisible substance now made visible." When the client cancels, you say, "Something better is already being arranged by divine mind." You do not echo facts. You release truth. Prophetic speech bends time. It collapses waiting. It announces supply as if it were already walking through your door. Say, "I speak the future I command. I call forth what belongs to me now." My word is prophetic. It does not return void. Law 8. The law of sealed giving. Giving without word is a missed opportunity. It is like planting a seed without water. But when you speak over every gift, every tithe, every act of generosity, you activate multiplication. This is the law of sealed giving. You do not drop a dollar in silence. You do not transfer money without rhythm. You say, "This seed is blessed." It returns multiplied. It opens divine doors no man can shut. This is not superstition. It is spiritual math. Every gift, when sealed with word, becomes a divine transaction, and law does not ignore a spoken tithe. It records it, it honors it, it increases it. Even when you give small, give boldly. Say, "Even my smallest seed carries infinite power because I speak over it." Law 9, the law of return. Every word you release is a boomerang. It leaves your lips and returns with form. You speak peace, it returns as clarity. You speak wealth, it returns as opportunity. You speak multiplication, and law rushes to obey. The law of return is absolute. It does not choose sides. It does not hesitate. It fulfills your frequency. If you speak in doubt, it returns delay. If you speak in certainty, it returns acceleration. Say, "What I speak returns to me multiplied, pressed down, and overflowing." My words are the seeds of my wealth. The return is guaranteed because the law is sealed. When you live by these final laws, prophetic speech, sealed giving, and return, you become a spiritual architect. You build wealth with your voice. You assign every word a mission. You declare the end from the beginning. And the law, being faithful, answers. Because now your speech is not casual. It is covenant. It is not suggestion. It is spiritual instruction sent into the field to return with your good. And it must return. Now that you know the 9 laws, you must become the vessel that carries them. Because knowledge without embodiment is delay, and the only thing that ever blocks your supply is your unreprogrammed mind, not people, not the market, not chance, but the silent program running beneath your declarations, the beliefs that whisper contradiction while your lips try to speak truth. But the subconscious mind is not your enemy. It is your amplifier. It simply repeats what it hears with rhythm and emotion, and it cannot tell the difference between what is imagined and what is real. It only records and repeats. It only installs what is consistently spoken and consistently felt. So now you must begin the reprogramming. You must speak these 9 laws, not once, but rhythmically. Speak them morning, midday, and night. Speak them when you're inspired. Speak them when you're tired. Speak them until your old vibration crumbles under the weight of your new voice. You do not need to feel it for it to work. You simply need to repeat it until the old self is overwritten by the new rhythm. Here is your practice. Morning. Rise and speak the first 3 laws aloud. Creative declaration, repetition, substitution. Set the tone before the world has a chance to interrupt you. Say, "I speak wealth and wealth obeys." Say, "My tongue creates divine conditions." Midday. Align with the laws of speech. Clean up your contradictions. Re-speak your truth. Refuse to gossip lack. If you catch yourself reacting, stop and substitute immediately. Say, "I name only what I desire." Say, "My tone carries my wealth." Evening. Seal the day with the final 3 laws. Speak over your giving, speak into your future, expect your return. Let the subconscious drift into rest under the sound of your own prophetic command. Say, "This seed is blessed and multiplied." Say, "Every word I speak returns to me fulfilled." The law does not require you to shout, but it does require you to believe, and belief is not a feeling. It is a frequency of word repeated until the subconscious yields. The old stories will resist, the patterns will push back, but you do not bow, you do not explain, you do not process. You speak again, you repeat again, you substitute again, until the program shifts, until your inner dialogue changes, until you no longer affirm truth, you become it. When you do this consistently, your outer life cannot resist. Conditions begin to change, supply begins to flow, opportunities appear without strain. Why? Because you are no longer a divided signal. You are a unified rhythm of divine law. This is not a trick. This is not a hack. This is spiritual reprogramming through rhythmic speech, and once it is installed, it becomes your atmosphere. Because now, wealth does not just visit you, it lives in your voice. You have heard the laws, you have felt the vibration, you have seen the structure behind your spoken word. But knowledge without command is still delay. Revelation without ritual is still unused power. And so now I give you this challenge, not as punishment, but as preparation. If you are ready to walk as the commander of wealth, then you must speak as one. You must live as one. You must act as one. Because wealth is not waiting on your worthiness, it is waiting on your command. Here is your challenge. Choose any 3 of the 9 laws, the ones that struck your soul, the ones that convicted your tongue, the ones that whispered, "This is what you've forgotten." Then, for 7 days, speak those 3 laws aloud 7 times a day. Not to impress God, not to manipulate money, but to build vibrational momentum so exact, so undeniable, that reality itself must rearrange in your favor. Create a decree. Write it by hand. Post it where your eyes can't avoid it. Read it aloud at sunrise. Speak it in the middle of the chaos. Declare it over your wallet, your phone, your schedule, your bank accounts. Let your voice baptize everything you touch in the vibration of truth. Let your sound become a sword that cuts through the illusion of delay. And when resistance comes, and it will, do not fold. Do not ask for confirmation. Do not check the numbers. Do not inspect the fruit before the root has formed. Just speak again. Rhythm is the secret. Rhythm is the law. Rhythm is the portal through which substance takes shape. Say this now with me. I do not describe my life, I declare it. I do not wait for wealth, I call it forth. I am not hoping for breakthrough, I am commanding substance. Stop trying to be ready, be rhythmic. Stop trying to feel powerful, be obedient. The vibration doesn't need your mood, it needs your mouth. This is not theory. This is not motivation. This is not a pep talk wrapped in scripture. This is spiritual law, and it is waiting to be obeyed. You've asked, when will it come? The answer is, when you speak and do not stop speaking. When you declare and do not retreat. When you plant the same word over and over until the harvest is inevitable. The angels are listening. The field is open. The substance is moving. But it's not your desire that activates it. It's your voice. So rise now. Choose your 3 laws. Speak them daily. Seal your giving. Subtract your contradiction. Embody your tone and return to the rhythm again and again until the spoken word becomes the spoken wealth. You are no longer available for scarcity. You are no longer rehearsing limitation. You are no longer waiting for the world to agree, because you have decided, and once you decide in law, creation obeys. Now let us engrave it. Let us seal the vibration with rhythm. Let us program your field with fire. These are not affirmations to soothe the ego. These are declarations to restructure the invisible. This is your sword. This is your rhythm. This is your spiritual economy rewritten by the power of your voice. Say aloud with power, "My voice creates wealth. I do not wonder, I do not wish. I declare, and it is done. Every word I speak is a seed of increase. I sow in rhythm, I reap in rhythm. There is no delay in law. I do not echo lack, I command supply. My tongue is no longer available for fear. It speaks only what aligns with truth. I tithe with word, I give with command, I receive with authority. Every seed is sealed in speech. Every return is guaranteed by law. My tone carries the frequency of wealth. I speak as one already supplied. I declare as one already filled. Because I obey the laws of spoken wealth, money cannot ignore me. Not sometimes, not maybe, never again. I speak and law responds. I declare and doors open. Again, say it. Because I obey the laws of spoken wealth, money cannot ignore me. Feel that. Let it register in your bones. Let it replace the old language of lack. Let it rise through your blood like a new covenant. Speak it when you wake. Speak it when you forget. Speak it when doubt knocks. Speak it until your frequency becomes undeniable. You are not repeating to convince yourself. You are repeating to program creation. The field responds to rhythm, and rhythm is the final form of faith. Now, seal it. Let your final decree echo through the atmosphere. I am the voice of wealth, and I cannot be silenced. If this message ignited something in your soul, if it called out the part of you that always knew wealth was spiritual, always felt your words carried fire, always sensed that lack was a lie, then do not leave this moment untouched. Don't let it pass like another teaching. Let it mark you. Let it shape you. Let it become your new covenant with divine law. Comment below the one law that pierced your old rhythm the most, the one you were never taught, but now will never forget. Was it the law of creative declaration? Was it the law of embodied tone? Or the law of sealed giving? Write it, speak it, own it, not for me, for you, for your field, for the invisible realm that is waiting to respond to your command. And if this voice of truth felt like home, subscribe, not to follow me, but to follow rhythm. Because every video here is not entertainment, it is recalibration, it is spiritual alignment. It is your daily return to the truth that you are not a seeker, you are a speaker. You are not a beggar, you are a builder. You are not waiting for provision, you are commanding it through divine law. Come back tomorrow, watch again, speak again, choose a law and walk in it. And remember, rhythm is not just a tool, it is the vibration that reorders everything. When you obey spoken law, spoken wealth obeys you. You are not behind, you are not too late, you are not broken. You are the voice, you are the rhythm, you are the gate. And because you obey law, money cannot ignore you, and so it is. You have chased money long enough. You have struggled, worried, strained, and feared, living life like a desperate beggar rather than a divine heir. But today, your struggle ends. Today, you will learn one powerful sentence, a sacred decree, that has the divine power to shift your entire financial vibration and allow money to find you effortlessly. You see, money is not meant to be chased. Money is meant to respond to your spoken word, your clear command, your spiritual alignment. Your word is law, and the universe listens closely, waiting for the exact moment when your tongue issues a clear and uncompromising decree. Money, in its truest sense, is simply energy. It is obedient spiritual substance that moves at your command. Up until now, you may have unknowingly issued commands of scarcity, limitation, or delay, wondering why abundance avoids you. Today, that misunderstanding is permanently corrected. Today, you will learn the one sentence that instructs the infinite source, the divine intelligence of the universe, to open every hidden doorway of abundance. Today, you shift your financial destiny. Money will no longer evade you. It will seek you out, find you, follow you, and flow to you effortlessly and ceaselessly. You will no longer live in financial anxiety, you will live in divine certainty. Because when you learn to speak correctly, you will understand clearly and completely that wealth is not accidental, it is vibrational. Wealth is not hard-won, it is spiritually commanded. And today, your tongue becomes the divine instrument that releases your inheritance. Prepare your spirit, quiet your doubt. You have arrived at the turning point, and from this moment forward, your financial life will never be the same again. The universe is not ruled by luck. It is ruled by law, precise, immutable, divine law. And among the highest of these is the law of the spoken word. From the beginning, God created with sound. Let there be light, and there was light. The word was not a suggestion, it was not a hope, it was a command, and that same divine authority has been gifted to you. Your voice is not decoration, it is a creative force. Every word you speak carries vibration, and every vibration issues instruction to the substance of the universe. When you speak from fear, that fear becomes form. When you speak from truth, truth becomes substance. So when I say to you that a single sentence can bring money to you, I speak not from fantasy, but from eternal law. The scripture declares, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." It does not say you must understand it, or earn it, or deserve it. It says you must decree it. Decree means to issue a spiritual verdict, a final word. It is spoken from authority, not from begging. And most people, when it comes to money, speak like beggars. They ask, plead, worry, and wonder, but they do not declare. They say, "I hope I can afford it," or "I'm always broke," or "money just doesn't come easily to me." And so law, being perfectly obedient, fulfills those exact statements. You see, the spoken word is not metaphorical. It is mechanical. It sets law into motion. It places the gears of supply into movement. It opens or closes the gates of provision. Money does not move based on emotion or struggle. It moves according to vibrational instruction. And the clearest way to issue that instruction is through bold, rhythmic, spiritual speech. There is no neutrality in speech. Every word is a cause. Every sentence is a seed. And most are sowing seeds of poverty with their daily dialogue. "This is too expensive," they say. "I never have enough," they sigh. And then they wonder why money hides. But the one who understands law knows that money is not scarce. It is not cruel. It is not hiding. It is simply waiting for a clear command from a spiritually aligned voice. Let this truth pierce your soul. Money is not attracted by effort. It is attracted by authority. And that authority is expressed not through stress, but through speech. When you begin to speak as one who commands spiritual law, everything in your life begins to shift. Resources appear, opportunities open, doors that were locked swing wide, and not because you hustled, but because you spoke. Do not underestimate the power of a single, well-spoken sentence. One sentence, spoken in spiritual alignment, with rhythmic repetition, with unwavering belief, can undo a lifetime of financial limitation. It can uproot generations of lack thinking. It can rewire the subconscious mind and instruct divine intelligence to send money swiftly, generously, and without resistance. This is not positive thinking. This is not wishing. This is law. The same law that governs the tides, the planets, the seasons. And it does not fail. It does not sleep. It does not argue. It simply fulfills your command. Whether that command is rooted in fear or truth is up to you. So now, I will give you the exact sentence to speak. A sentence forged in divine fire. A sentence that, when spoken faithfully and lawfully, must bring money to your side. Let me now instruct you, not as the world teaches, but as truth teaches. The world says you must work harder, Try more, figure it out, stay up late, and fight your way forward. But the truth says, speak the word only, and thy servant shall be healed. The truth says, life and death are in the power of the tongue. The truth says, your word is your wand. So what are you doing with that wand? Are you speaking as a creator or as a casualty? Are you declaring your wealth or complaining your lack? You cannot speak two languages and expect clarity from the universe. You cannot declare abundance in the morning and complain about money in the afternoon and expect divine supply to obey. For law is clear. It responds to your dominant vibration, and your dominant vibration is established by repetition, rhythm, and feeling. You must choose today to become disciplined in speech, not casual, not soft, not reactive, but deliberate, bold, spiritual, rhythmic. Because your life reflects your language. If your bank account is in disorder, check your vocabulary. If your debts multiply, check your declarations. If your needs always outweigh your income, look not to the economy, look to your tongue. For the mouth is the gate through which divine supply either flows or is blocked. When you speak from fear, you activate the law of substitution, but in reverse. You substitute truth for illusion. You say, I can't afford this, and the law says, as you wish. You say, it's always something, and the law answers, let it be done unto you. You say, money never stays with me, and so it flees. The law is not punishing you, it is serving you, but it cannot serve what you refuse to declare. So I instruct you now, from this day forward, you will not allow your tongue to utter a single phrase of lack. You will not repeat the world's vocabulary of limitation. You will speak only what you wish to multiply. You will declare only what you desire to demonstrate. For your word is the mold, and divine substance is the material that fills it. Every morning, before you check your phone, before you touch your work, you will speak. Every evening, before you lay your head down, you will speak. You will speak clearly. You will speak as one who is already provided for. You will speak not as a beggar, but as a builder, not as a seeker, but as a speaker. For the mouth of the righteous is a fountain of life, and today your mouth becomes a fountain of wealth. Do not wait until you feel rich to speak as the rich. Speak it first. Feelings will follow your frequency. Conditions will obey your confession. This is the divine order of creation. The word goes first. The spoken declaration creates the unseen form. Then and only then does it become visible. And when you speak, speak with feeling. Speak with rhythm. Speak with the absolute conviction that what you decree is already established in the invisible. Do not wonder if it's working. Know that it must, because law never fails. So now I ask you, are you ready to speak like a master? Are you ready to issue financial instructions to the universe, not from fear, but from divine authority? Are you ready to stop seeking and start declaring? Then prepare your spirit, because now I will give you the exact sentence, a spiritual decree tested by time, proven by law, and fulfilled by heaven. This sentence does not ask for money. It commands it. It does not beg for supply. It releases it. And when you speak it rhythmically, daily, faithfully, and lawfully, money must find you. The sentence is this: Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance. This is not a poetic phrase. It is a spiritual command. It is a living key forged in divine truth. When spoken faithfully, it moves mountains, dissolves delays, and releases divine provision through channels the rational mind could never predict. You are not speaking to a person. You are not pleading with an institution. You are issuing instruction to Infinite Spirit, your source, your supply, the divine presence that orchestrates all visible manifestation. Let us break this sacred sentence apart, word by word, so your soul may grasp its depth and your spirit may speak it with unwavering authority. Infinite Spirit. You begin by addressing the source, not the job, not the bank, not the market. You bypass all limited channels and speak directly to the infinite. For money is not generated by man, it is distributed through man, but it flows from God. When you say, Infinite Spirit, you are declaring that your trust is not in economy but in eternity. You recognize that divine intelligence is the origin of all wealth. You return your gaze to the storehouse of heaven, not the shelves of men. Open the way. This is a command, not a suggestion. You are instructing divine law to remove all subconscious interference, dissolve every unseen block, and reveal the open door through which your supply flows. This is the law of non-resistance in action. You are not forcing outcomes. You are removing friction. You are not pushing. You are parting. And Spirit, being perfect intelligence, knows exactly what channels must open. It may be a phone call, a canceled debt, a job offer, a creative idea, but it will be the perfect way, the peaceful way, the surprising way. You do not decide how. You command that the way be opened. For my immediate supply, you do not ask for one day. You do not beg for someday. You speak of now. You speak of immediacy. Divine delay is never divine denial, but many have spoken vaguely, hoping for eventual provision. No more. You speak of your immediate supply because you know that in spirit there is no time. There is only divine order. What is yours exists already in the invisible. The only delay is in your command. But now, having spoken lawfully, you claim your supply in this moment, not rushed, not desperate, but right on divine schedule, which is now. This portion of the sentence sets into motion the spiritual machinery that bypasses limitation, breaks through resistance, and floods your field with provision. It is the law of substitution replacing fear with clarity. It is the law of expectancy magnetizing invisible supply into visible form. As you speak these words, know that you are not merely repeating a spiritual formula. You are issuing a divine directive. You are commanding the heavens to move, the channels to open, and the wealth already assigned to your name to arrive without delay. You do not merely say this sentence, you declare it. You do not recite it from memory. You speak it from power. You speak it as one who knows, one who no longer wonders, one who no longer doubts, one who has ceased from striving and begun commanding. And now we move to the second half of this sacred decree, the words that seal the instruction and summon the avalanche. We now arrive at the final movement of your spoken decree. The words that complete the command amplify the current and signal heaven's treasury to pour forth in great and unmistakable measure. The sentence concludes, "Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance." Let all that is mine by divine right. These are not the possessions of pride, nor the riches of ego. These are not stolen treasures or hurried gains. These are the things that belong to you by spiritual law, already assigned, already prepared, already complete in the invisible. This phrase affirms that you do not steal what is not yours, nor fear that your good belongs to another. You are not in competition. You are in alignment. When you say, by divine right, you are aligning with the highest good for all. You are invoking the law of right outcomes, blessings that bless everyone involved. There is no guilt in this supply, no confusion, no compromise, only perfect provision in perfect ways. Now reach me. This is the call of magnetic reception. You are not sending your good into the distance. You are pulling it into the now. You are issuing a retrieval command. These words dissolve all imaginary barriers: time, fear, distance, disbelief. They remove the waiting room. They cancel delay. You speak not from lack trying to attract. You speak from law summoning what is already yours. There is no begging in this voice. There is no uncertainty, only confident retrieval. In great avalanches of abundance. This final phrase is sacred power. This is the vibrational crescendo. You are not speaking of pennies or trickles. You are commanding avalanches, not drops, but downpours, not portions, but floods, not limited help, but total overflow. This is the law of increase in motion. You do not limit the universe to small answers. You allow yourself to receive on the level of divine surplus. The avalanche metaphor is no accident. Avalanches are massive, sudden, unstoppable. And that is how your good will appear when you speak this sentence with rhythm and conviction. Not by small, predictable channels, but by surprising, immense, undeniable force. You may wake to news that erases your debt. You may be offered a role you never expected. You may receive a refund, a return, a reward, a release. You cannot calculate the channel, but you must trust the law. Speak this sentence daily, morning and night. Speak it when fear rises. Speak it when doubt tries to whisper. Speak it when lack appears to threaten. For this sentence is your spiritual sword. It cuts through appearances and commands divine reality to appear. Speak it aloud with rhythm, with breath, with finality. Do not mumble. Do not apologize. You are not a pauper. You are a divine commander. And let me say this clearly. It is not the sentence alone that brings the supply. It is the spirit behind the sentence, the vibration of certainty, the inner agreement, the sacred authority of your spoken command. When you speak as one with God, when you issue this sentence as divine decree, when you repeat it faithfully and lawfully, then yes, money must find you. Not because you're lucky, but because you've spoken law. Let no one distract you from this truth. Let no thought dilute your authority. You do not need to manipulate. You do not need to beg. You do not need to force. You need only to speak. Speak faithfully. Speak rhythmically. Speak boldly. And watch what must appear. This is the sentence. This is the key. This is the turning point. Now let us seal this truth deeper by reprogramming your mind to accept this sentence as your new financial reality. You have now spoken the sentence. You have heard its meaning. But until your subconscious mind accepts it as truth, your outer life will continue to reflect old patterns. You see, the subconscious is the deep garden of the soul. It does not respond to logic. It responds to repetition, to emotion, and to imagery. It does not argue with you. It does not question your beliefs. It simply accepts what you allow it to hear often enough. This is why you must now take your spoken sentence and sow it deliberately into the fertile ground of your subconscious mind, day by day, night by night. Do not speak it once and wonder. Do not whisper it timidly and hope. You must command it rhythmically until it becomes a living vibration in your being. Your subconscious mind has, until now, accepted phrases like, "I can't afford it," "money is tight," or "there's never enough," and so your outer world has obeyed. But now you replace those weeds with divine seed. You repeat the sentence, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply," until your subconscious accepts it not as novelty, but as law. Not as a wish, but as a command. Do this first thing upon waking. Do this last thing before sleep. For in those moments, the subconscious is wide open. Speak the sentence slowly, with feeling, as though you are writing it with fire across the surface of your soul. Imagine money already finding you, unexpected payments, surprising breakthroughs, joyful overflow. See it, speak it, feel it, and know it. You must create a rhythm. Morning and evening. Not 5 times today and never again. Not when you feel like it, but with the discipline of a spiritual warrior. Reprogramming is not mystical. It is mechanical. If you give the subconscious a new command enough times, it must obey. Do not worry if you don't feel different at first. Speak anyway. Do not stop when the outer world still looks unchanged. Speak anyway. You are speaking through appearances, not to them. You are issuing a command that bypasses circumstance and rewrites the invisible blueprint that creates visible results. You may begin to feel strange when speaking it. Good. That means the old programming is cracking. You may feel resistance. Good. That means you're interrupting the old vibration. But speak anyway. Speak through it. Speak until the sentence becomes more familiar than your fear. I tell you the truth. The outer world always conforms to the inner word. If you reprogram your subconscious to believe that money flows to you, then the world must obey. Doors must open. Delays must dissolve. Avenues of abundance must appear, not by your might, but by your mouth. This is your sacred task now, not to figure out the how, not to chase opportunity, but to speak with conviction until your subconscious believes fully, deeply, and permanently that money finds you without resistance. And once the mind is reprogrammed, you will no longer strain. You will no longer ask whether it's working. You will expect supply just as naturally as you expect the sun to rise. Because you've spoken it long enough to know, your word is law. Now, let us move into the challenge, your 7-day test of obedience, faith, and spoken dominion. Now that you have received the truth, you are no longer a seeker, you are a speaker. You are no longer a questioner, you are a commander. And so I now place before you a sacred challenge, not to test your worthiness, but to activate your authority. For the next 7 consecutive days, you will speak this sentence, morning and night, without excuse, without doubt, without delay. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance. You will say it with breath. You will say it with rhythm. You will say it aloud, not in your head, not in theory, but aloud, where the air receives it, where the vibration is sent, where the law is activated. Each morning, before the world rushes in, you will pause and speak these words as law. You will declare them not like a beggar asking for mercy, but like a spiritual sovereign issuing command. And each night, before you cross the threshold into sleep, you will speak again, sealing your subconscious with divine supply. This is not a mantra, this is not a charm, this is a lawful decree. Spoken daily, it will begin to shift the invisible, and the invisible governs the visible. What you see today is only the echo of words you've spoken in the past. If you want new results, new inflows, new money, new manifestations, you must speak a new vibration. For these 7 days, you are forbidden from speaking lack. You will not say, I'm broke. You will not complain about money. You will not repeat the language of fear, debt, or delay. Your tongue belongs to Spirit now. Your words are the construction crew of heaven. And I make this promise to you as surely as divine law is exact. If you speak this sentence faithfully for 7 nights and 7 mornings, without contradiction, with reverence and rhythm, something will shift. You may receive a check, a debt forgiven, a job offer, a refund, a creative idea that changes everything. You do not need to know how. You need only to be faithful to the command. Do not ask, is it working? That question reveals disbelief. It must work. Law cannot lie. Spirit does not forget. Your word never returns void. You do not speak to make something happen. You speak because it already has. Let each day become more confident. Let each night become more surrendered. Let your voice become more aligned, more sure, more rhythmic. And do not just say it, feel it. Feel the avalanche as you speak it. Picture the floodgates of wealth opening. Hear the sound of money flowing in. Smell the air of provision. Let your whole being agree. This challenge is not about money, it is about alignment, it is about trust, it is about becoming the person who commands wealth because they have become wealth in vibration. So take this seriously, treat it as sacred, write the sentence, post it, carry it, speak it, and record what happens. Because when you speak truth, life rearranges itself to obey you. Say aloud now, I accept the 7-day challenge. I commit to speaking this sentence morning and night. I expect divine demonstration, and I trust the law. You have now accepted your role as a divine commander. You have crossed from doubt to dominion, and now prepare for the return. For what you have spoken is already on its way to you. Next, we shall seal your command with rhythm, with fire, and with spiritual finality through the rapid-fire affirmation sequence. Now we seal the work, we anchor the law, we engrave the truth upon the subconscious. These affirmations are not wishes, they are spiritual decrees. Speak them aloud, slowly, rhythmically. Let each word pass through your body like electricity. Let your tongue become a rod of divine power and your voice a trumpet of heavenly order. Say them now and say them boldly. Money comes to me swiftly, easily, and continuously. You are no longer chasing money. It comes to you. The chase is over. The struggle is ended. You have spoken your alignment, and now you receive with grace. I command divine supply, and it appears under grace in perfect ways. You are no longer begging. You are commanding. You are no longer waiting. You are receiving. Grace brings it gently. Law brings it precisely. Spirit brings it on time. I am in perfect harmony with all the wealth that belongs to me by divine right. There is no conflict, no guilt, no confusion. What is yours cannot be taken. What is yours does not belong to another. You receive it fully, freely, and lawfully. I walk in rhythm with abundance. I speak, and money moves. No longer do you guess. You know. You walk as one who is heard in heaven. You speak, and the gears of provision begin to turn. Infinite Spirit now opens every channel. My sentence has been spoken. My demonstration is certain. It is done. The sentence has left your lips and entered the machinery of spiritual law. The manifestation is no longer optional. It is inevitable. Now the final seal, say it with fire. My word is law, money finds me, it is already done. Pause, breathe, let it settle in your bones. This is no longer a theory. This is your identity. You have become the word. You have become the channel. You have become the authority. And now, with the truth anchored, you are ready for the sacred invitation, the soft, spiritual call to continue walking this path, not as a seeker, but as a speaker of law. Now that you've spoken the law, now that you've received the sentence, now that you've accepted the 7-day command, you must not vanish back into forgetfulness. Divine law requires consistency. The subconscious mind requires reinforcement, and your spirit, having been stirred, now requires rhythm to sustain its rise. So I invite you, not as a follower, but as a fellow speaker of truth, to remain anchored in this vibration. Comment below and speak your decree into this space of power. Say, I speak the sentence, and money finds me now, not for attention, but for anchoring, for confirmation, for spiritual finality. If this word has awakened something in you, if your soul is now moving, if your mind is being reprogrammed, then remain close to the source of truth. Subscribe not for entertainment, but for alignment. Let each new teaching be another stone in your foundation. Let each rhythm of truth you hear keep you walking in law, not in fear. Come back often. Rewatch this 7-day challenge. Speak the sentence again and again until your results make you unshakable. And when your demonstration appears, and it will, return and share it. for your testimony becomes someone else's turning point. You are no longer the one who waits. You are no longer the one who wonders. You are now the one who speaks, the one who commands, the one who receives. You are now walking in spiritual dominion. And so it is.
You were never meant to chase money. You were never meant to strain, grasp, or barter your soul to barely keep afloat. That belief, that wealth is a scarce reward for hard labor or rare luck, is not divine law. It is hypnotism. And today I come to break the spell. You are not a beggar. You are not a gambler hoping for favor. You are the living vessel of infinite supply. Your good is not out there, dangling beyond reach. Your wealth is not held back by the economy, your background, your education, or your past. It is held only by your belief. I speak to the part of you that has been quietly suffering, the one who believes they must earn worthiness, deserve support, or prove themselves before abundance arrives. That voice is not of God. That voice is not of truth. It is the voice of collective illusion, but I come bearing a higher tone, a rhythm of certainty, a frequency of divine provision. The moment you align your word with truth, the substance of wealth begins to form, not by might, not by manipulation, but by spiritual law. You do not draw wealth by worry. You do not unlock prosperity through panic. You command it by declaring your oneness with the source. Your mind has been trained to scan for lack, to monitor the absence of money, the delay of results, the rising fear that it may never change. But that training is not fixed. It is not law. It is simply repetition. And what was trained by fear can now be retrained by truth. You are not a servant of money. You are the master of it when you walk in divine identity. When your words align with the vibration of spirit, money must appear, not as a favor, but as a reflection, not as a transaction, but as a demonstration. So I say to you now, in the authority of spiritual law, your wealth is not waiting in the world. It is waiting in your word. Your bank account cannot reveal what you have not declared. Your job cannot deliver what your soul has not claimed. Your circumstances are not supply. They are the result of your consciousness of supply. Train the mind, and the world rearranges. Align the word, and substance rushes to meet it. I speak from experience. I have seen the tide of wealth turn with a single declaration. I have watched the gates of supply open in response to one bold word of faith. I have seen the miraculous become ordinary when someone dared to say, I no longer chase money. I attract it. I magnetize it. I speak it. And because I do, it comes. This is not a game of luck. This is a science of spirit, a spiritual system governed by exact law, a law that never fails when spoken in faith. So prepare yourself, for in the next 30 minutes, I will teach you to train your mind, not through willpower or effort, but through spiritual dominion. I will show you how to speak in rhythm with abundance, how to dissolve the patterns of poverty, and how to open your storehouse of divine wealth. This is not theory. This is truth. This is not motivation. This is law. And if you walk with me, if you declare what I instruct, believe what I reveal, and act as one who already receives, then your wealth will no longer be a question. It will be a consequence. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Wealth is not a reward. Wealth is not a prize at the end of effort. Wealth is law, and law does not require emotion, struggle, or worthiness. It requires agreement. You cannot earn spiritual supply, for it was already yours before you were born. What you call money is only the visible form of an invisible truth, and that truth is this: God is your supply, not your employer, not your family, not your talent. God alone is your source, and every stream, every channel, every manifestation of wealth must obey that truth when you speak it with authority. This is the law of prosperity. It is not a wish. It is not a hope. It is a divine structure, a covenant that cannot be broken. The law of prosperity states that what you affirm in spirit must appear in substance. When you declare your wealth in faith, the vibration is set and the manifestation begins. But the law does not move until you speak. It does not rearrange until you declare. There is no wealth without word, no abundance without affirmation, no prosperity without possession of thought. You must take it in the invisible before it appears in the visible. Let us also remember the law of substitution. This is the law that governs thought. It states that you cannot think two thoughts at once. If you are thinking of lack, you cannot simultaneously think of abundance. Therefore, to eliminate poverty, you do not fight it. You replace it. You substitute the thought. You deny the appearance. You install the truth. When fear of bills rises, you do not spiral. You declare, every bill is paid by divine supply. When doubt whispers, you'll never have enough, you answer, my wealth is unlimited, for God is my inexhaustible source. And the law obeys your higher thought. What you dwell upon grows. What you fear, you feed. What you declare, you demonstrate. There is no neutral ground in spirit. Every word is a seed, and every thought is soil. You cannot declare abundance in the morning and worry about money by noon and expect results. That is double-mindedness. And the scripture says clearly, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. So you must become single-minded in wealth. You must become loyal to your declaration. You must choose the vibration of riches and deny the suggestion of lack, not once, but constantly, rhythmically, boldly. Now hear the word. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Do you see? The very nature of divine guidance is provision. If God is leading, then lack cannot follow. Want is not part of the divine equation. So if you are living in constant financial strain, it is not because you are cursed. It is because your mind has not been trained to expect supply. Your words have not yet taken root in truth. But that ends today. For the moment you say, I shall not want, and say it with holy certainty, the law activates, the storehouse opens, the vibration shifts, and money begins to come. I must tell you plainly, your lack is not because you are undeserving, your delay is not divine punishment, your struggle is not spiritual warfare, it is simply a misalignment with law. You have unknowingly accepted the world's hypnosis. You must work harder, you must wait longer, you must get lucky. You must speak, you must align, you must train your mind to expect what is already yours in spirit. Think of it like a radio frequency. The wealth you desire is already playing. But if your mental dial is set to worry, fear, or unworthiness, you cannot hear it. You must tune yourself to the channel of divine provision. And the way you tune is with your tongue. Your declarations are your tuning fork. Your affirmations are your alignment. And when you stay on frequency, wealth flows, not in trickles, but in waves, not through effort, but through expression. From this moment on, I want you to replace every complaint with a command, every fear with a formula, every doubt with a declaration. When the voice of the world says, be realistic, you say, I walk in supernatural supply. When your bank account reports lack, you do not react in panic. You declare, this is already resolved in the invisible. When you hear of inflation, recession, or decline, you say, God is my banker, and he never fails. This is how you begin to train your mind for wealth, not by logic, not by hustle, but by the law of substitution and the law of prosperity, spoken in faith and sealed with rhythm. So now I ask you, what law have you been serving? The law of man or the law of God? The law of appearances or the law of abundance? If your mind has been loyal to limitation, it is time to break that loyalty. If your tongue has repeated lack, it is time to declare a new economy, one built not on effort, but on essence, not on savings, but on spirit, not on markets, but on mind. The wealth you desire already exists. The money you need is already accounted for. The supply you seek is already stored in the invisible. and your only work is to speak the word that releases it. Now that the law is clear, let us begin the training, for it is not enough to agree with truth. You must practice it. Not occasionally, not emotionally, but daily, rhythmically. Just as the body is trained through repetition, so too the soul must be brought into divine discipline. I give you now your morning wealth ritual, for what you speak at sunrise will command the substance of your day. Your declarations in the morning do not simply motivate you, they instruct the invisible to rise in obedience. The first words of your day should never be complaint. They should never be, I'm tired, or I'm behind, or I hope today goes better. These are not harmless phrases. They are miscreations. The law responds not to mood, but to command. Therefore, you must rise and speak your wealth into motion. You must tell the spirit what kind of day you are walking into. You must call your supply out of hiding, not because it resists you, but because it waits for your voice. So I give you this phrase. Let it be your foundation. Unexpected channels of supply now open to me. Speak it aloud before your feet touch the floor. Say it while brushing your teeth. Say it while pouring your coffee. Let it become the first vibration your house hears. You are not asking, you are authorizing. You are saying to Divine Mind, I am ready for the new. I am ready for the unseen. I release all limitations and welcome the miraculous. You must understand, money is not your source. It is a vehicle. It is a form. The true supply is invisible, infinite, and immediate, but it takes the shape of your belief. The clearer your command, the faster the form arrives. So when your physical eyes see an empty account, you do not bow to the appearance. You deny it. You speak over it. You say, though this number looks low, I know my storehouse is full. You do not wait for proof to feel wealthy. You declare wealth until proof must appear. Let me tell you of a woman who was deeply behind on her rent. Her eyes were on the deadline. Her heart was heavy with fear. But I instructed her to release the panic and begin to declare, divine supply is never late. She said it morning and night. She refused to argue with the appearance. And 2 days before the rent was due, a relative she hadn't spoken to in years called to send her money for no reason. The world will call this coincidence, but I call it spiritual alignment. She spoke, and the law obeyed. Now you must begin the same. For the next 3 days, speak the following affirmations each morning, not as a ritual, not with doubt, but as one who knows the law is in motion the moment the word is spoken. Day 1. Every bill is paid by Divine Mind, even if the due date looms, even if the money is not in hand, even if fear tries to mock you. Say it louder. Say it firmer. This is your spiritual signature. When you say, every bill is paid by Divine Mind, you are placing your trust not in income, but in infinite supply. Day 2. I welcome unexpected wealth. This is how you open the unseen gates. Do not limit yourself to salary, to clients, to business. Wealth can come from any direction when your mind is trained to receive. Say this until you feel the atmosphere shift. Say it until the tension releases. Say it until the unexpected becomes your norm. Day 3. Money is not my master. I am money's commander. You are not here to be enslaved by expense. You are not here to survive. You are here to govern. You are here to direct energy. Money is not a god. It is a tool. And when you speak as one who walks in dominion, money hears your voice. It moves. It flows. It arrives, not to test you, but to serve you. Let these declarations become the architecture of your mornings. They will do more than soothe. They will summon. They will break old patterns and build new paths. They will train your subconscious to expect wealth as natural, as daily, as inevitable. For what you call into each day will rise to meet you, and the world that seemed closed will begin to open, not by coincidence, but by law. Speak, train, declare. The mind that is ruled by spirit becomes a magnet for substance, and the soul that refuses to speak lack becomes a lighthouse for supply. The evening is as sacred as the morning. What you impress upon your mind before sleep goes directly into the subconscious, where it multiplies silently through the night. If you end your day rehearsing fear, worry, or scarcity, you are planting seeds of limitation while your conscious defenses are down. And so, I tell you plainly, guard the gate at sundown. The hours before sleep are the workshop of your future. Do not let them be overtaken by dread or doubt. Do not let the appearances of the day cast long shadows into your dreams. Instead, end every evening with a declaration of divine wealth. Speak into the silence, release the vibration, and let spirit do its hidden work while you rest. As you lay your head upon the pillow, do not review what is missing. Do not relive what went wrong. Speak only what you choose to multiply. Wealth is not only attracted by daytime declarations, it is installed in the secret hours by the word that lingers after the world has gone quiet. So begin by forgiving the day. Forgive the appearance of delay. Forgive yourself for any anxious thought, and replace it all with this line: every appearance of lack is a lie. I forgive it and replace it. This is your nightly cleansing. It is not passive, it is powerful. It scrubs the soul of scarcity and prepares the mind for spiritual impression. Then you speak this: tonight, divine supply multiplies in silence. Say it gently, but with certainty. This is not a wish, it is an activation. While you sleep, the subconscious does not rest. It creates, it attracts, it arranges. And the thoughts you handed in the final minutes of wakefulness become the blueprint it builds from. If you say, I don't know how I'll make it, then it builds more confusion. But if you say, supply multiplies while I sleep, then the law goes to work, shaping form around your faith. Now I give you 4 declarations, one for each night of this next phase of training. These are not bedtime affirmations to soothe the mind. These are spiritual commands to reprogram the soil. Day 4. I now receive lavish abundance. Not small relief, not barely enough. Lavish, overflowing, extravagant. There is no virtue in scraping by. Spirit does not delight in your struggle. The universe holds more wealth than you could spend in 1,000 lifetimes, and it moves in response to your vibration. Say this line until every cell of your being believes it is safe to receive more than you've ever imagined. Day 5. The doors of wealth are always open to me. Do not believe the lie of limited opportunity. Do not submit to the illusion of closed doors. When one shuts, another opens, but only to those who keep speaking. Wealth does not operate by man's schedule. It operates by spiritual receptivity. The doors are open when your faith is open. Speak this until you no longer look for permission. Say it until you feel the air shift, the channel widen, the room expand. Day 6. What I need comes quickly and freely. Stop expecting delay. Stop rehearsing difficulty. Spirit is not slow and supply is not stingy. Declare that your needs are already met. Say it before your eyes see it. Declare it when the deadline looms. This affirmation breaks the addiction to struggle. It removes the pride of earning and replaces it with the humility of receiving. Day 7. I am aligned with the law of increase. This is not a momentary fix, it is a permanent rhythm. Your entire being must walk in increase. Speak this line as your signature. Let it become your identity. Let it echo through every transaction, every decision, every encounter. When you align with increase, decrease becomes impossible. When you declare expansion, contraction cannot stay. Let these nighttime declarations become your spiritual lullabies. Let them sing you into abundance. Let them cradle you in expectancy. You are not drifting into sleep. You are being programmed for prosperity. You are not winding down. You are winding up the divine machinery of manifestation. And when you rise, the wealth will begin to show itself, not because it was newly created, but because your mind finally became a worthy host. You are not waiting on money. Money is waiting on your word, and your word must now govern both the rising and the resting, morning and night. Command and receive. Speak it, sleep in it, and let the law work while you dream. Now we descend beneath the words and into the roots. For what you speak with the mouth must also be believed by the subconscious mind. The tongue initiates the command, but it is the subconscious that shapes the form. And many of you have been speaking truth while still rooted in lies. You have declared wealth, but believed in struggle. You have spoken increase, yet still expected lack. You have said, I receive, but prepared for rejection. This is not failure, it is programming. And what was programmed by repetition can be reprogrammed by truth. You were taught that money is hard to earn, that riches come to the few, that good people struggle and only the greedy prosper. But I say to you, none of these ideas come from divine mind. They are cultural spells, family echoes, societal myths, and now they must be broken. You do not inherit your financial future from your bloodline. You inherit it from your belief line, and your belief must now change. Let us take an old phrase you may have heard 1,000 times. Money doesn't grow on trees. This was meant to teach you caution, but it taught you contraction. It whispered lack into your young spirit. It etched the illusion of limitation into your soul. But let us now substitute it with spiritual reality. Money grows from spiritual law, and the law is rooted in me. This is the new tree. This is the true growth. This is the shift from superstition to substance, from folklore to faith. Another deadly phrase, I can't afford that. You say it casually, thoughtlessly. You use it to explain decisions, to justify denial. But every time you speak it, you are engraving scarcity into your mind. You are announcing to the universe that you are unsupported, that you are undernourished, that your source is small. So replace it immediately and permanently with, if this is mine by divine right, the supply appears now. Do not argue, do not calculate, just declare, and the law will arrange itself to either bring it or replace it with something greater. There is one more belief we must address. The hidden shame around wanting money. So many spiritual souls whisper their desires as if wealth were sinful or selfish. But I say again, there is no virtue in lack. There is no holiness in insufficiency. You cannot serve the world in fullness while living in fear of bills. You cannot pour into others when your own cup is empty. You must walk in abundance, not for greed, but for God. For when the righteous prosper, the world is blessed. Now I give you a tool. Use it every time a thought of lack arises. I call it the CRC formula. Cancel, replace, command. Cancel the lie. Say aloud, I cancel that. Speak it with force. Interrupt the old mental groove. Replace the thought. Install a higher truth. For example, there's never enough becomes, I walk in more than enough. Command the atmosphere. Seal it with a final declaration. Every cell of my being attracts divine wealth. You will use this formula not once, but repeatedly. You will override, override, override. Just as a worn path in the forest can be abandoned and replaced by a new trail, so too can your mental roads be reformed, but it will take consistency, reverence, faith. Let me give you a holy picture. Your mind is a field. Every thought is a seed. The field does not care whether you plant wheat or weeds. It grows what you plant. And the harvest always arrives in proportion to the belief. If you sow doubt, you reap delay. If you sow truth, you reap demonstration. The subconscious is not your enemy. It is your servant, but it serves whatever master is loudest and most consistent. So, begin now. Say it aloud. Say it often. Say it until your voice becomes your vibration. I cancel the thought of lack. I replace it with divine wealth. I command the atmosphere to yield my supply. This is not emotionalism. This is reprogramming. This is spiritual neurology. This is law applied through rhythm and word. Do not fear the old patterns. Speak over them. Do not mourn the years spent in mental poverty. Redeem them by declaring wealth now. The mind is not fixed. It is fertile, and today you plant riches in its soil. Now that you've exposed and canceled the beliefs of lack, the time has come to replace them entirely with the rhythm of divine wealth. Reprogramming is not a one-time epiphany. It is a daily, hourly, moment-by-moment dedication to truth. You must saturate the mind with divine increase until fear cannot breathe, until doubt withers from lack of attention, until the old grooves are smoothed out and overwritten with the gold-lined tracks of spiritual dominion. You do not wait for your emotions to agree. You do not delay until circumstances shift. You begin now, with repetition as your vehicle and truth as your driver. I tell you again, the subconscious accepts repetition as reality. It does not argue. It does not reason. It receives. And once it receives a command spoken with rhythm, it begins to shape your outer world to match it. This is the secret of all demonstration, not effort, but alignment. Let us begin with this powerful affirmation. The wealth I expect, I receive. Speak it slowly. Speak it again. You are no longer begging for money. You are no longer wondering how or when. You are expecting, and that expectation becomes the mold for your manifestation. You are the vessel, and expectation is the open top. When you expect in truth, you receive in form. Now we go deeper. Say this with me. Money comes easily and constantly. This declaration breaks the ancient spell of financial strain. It dissolves the belief that money only comes through exhaustion or chance. It tells the subconscious that wealth is not rare. It is rhythmic. It is a flow, a movement, a vibration. And when spoken often enough, the mind begins to agree. The body begins to relax, and the world begins to rearrange. Then say, my wealth flows from divine favor, not force. This is the rebalancing of your energetic economy. You are no longer relying on hustle, performance, or perfection. You are relying on divine law, and law never needs to be pushed. It needs only to be obeyed. Favor is not luck. Favor is alignment. When you walk in spiritual rhythm, things begin to open for you. People offer, money finds, opportunities locate you, not because you earned them, but because you declared them. Here is a sacred truth. I deserve abundance because I am divine idea made manifest. Say this until the shame breaks, until the resistance softens, until the guilt of receiving dissolves into light. You are not manipulating the law. You are fulfilling it. You are not taking what is not yours. You are claiming what has been waiting for your voice. When you declare your divine identity, the world begins to mirror your majesty. Let me tell you a living parable. A man once came to me discouraged. He had tried every method, worked long hours, said affirmations, but always with doubt behind them. I told him, stop begging and start commanding. Stop rehearsing fear and start rehearsing favor. I gave him this simple shift. Every time he worried, he was to say, all my needs are now met by divine supply. He wrote it, spoke it, slept with it. Within weeks, he was offered a position he hadn't applied for, at double the salary. Why? Because the law does not delay when the word is established. He trained his mind into expectancy, and expectancy pulled the form into view. Now you must do the same. The next time you feel fear about money, do not react. Respond with command. Say, I walk in supernatural provision. The next time you feel overlooked, say, I am divinely remembered and richly rewarded. The next time you feel behind, say, I am on divine schedule and all things flow to me now. Write these affirmations. Speak them hourly. Set alarms on your phone. Whisper them while walking. Declare them while working. These are not empty words. They are signals to spirit. They are frequencies that shape form. They are your covenant, your contract, your code. And above all, remember this. Speak until the old voice of lack has no air left. Do not wait for the doubt to disappear. Drown it in declaration. Do not ask, "Is this working?" Ask, "Am I obeying the law?" Because the law never forgets a command. The moment your vibration matches your desire, wealth appears. The moment your mind stays faithful to truth, manifestation becomes motion. You are not cursed. You are not behind. You are not invisible. You are now tuned to the frequency of favor. You are now walking in the rhythm of wealth, and your world is beginning to reflect the word you've been speaking. Now comes the line in the sand. Now comes the moment where inspiration becomes instruction, where you decide whether this word becomes your new way of being or fades into another forgotten truth. The law does not respond to curiosity. It responds to command. Spirit does not move because you are inspired. Spirit moves because you are in alignment. And alignment is action. Alignment is agreement. Alignment is repetition. You must not only believe the law works, you must live as if it already has. You cannot go back to neutral speech. You cannot drift into casual complaint. You cannot afford the luxury of declaring lack and calling it honesty. There is no honesty in illusion. There is only agreement. And if you speak lack even for a moment, you re-enter a contract with the old world. But if you remain in your covenant of wealth, your words will become substance, your belief will become form, and your atmosphere will rise to meet the vibration of your voice. So I give you this charge. For the next 14 days, you will train your mind with fire. You will not entertain scarcity, not even silently. You will not discuss your problems unless it is to declare their resolution. You will not look at your bank account and say, "This isn't enough." You will say, "This is a temporary appearance, and it is now replaced by divine surplus." You will walk as one who is already funded. You will talk as one who is already supplied. Each morning, you will rise and say, "My channels are open." You will say it before checking your phone, before speaking to another soul. You will give the law its instruction, and because you do, new ideas, new income, new favor will be magnetized to you, not because you manipulated the system, but because you obeyed the rhythm. Each midday, whether at work, at home, or in stillness, you will speak this line: "Money follows me." Let it interrupt your old pattern. Let it cancel the thought of strain. Say it aloud in the car. Whisper it in the hallway. Write it in your journal. Because what you say consistently, you become magnetically aligned to. Each night before sleep, you will say, "All is provided." This closes your day in spiritual certainty. It ends the wandering. It seals your frequency. The subconscious will take this line and go to work while you rest. Angels will be dispatched. Ideas will be born. Circumstances will shift. All because you ended the day with a divine decree. Let me say this clearly. The next 2 weeks are not about trying. They are about training, not about wishing, about walking. You will not say, "I'm going to try this and see what happens." You will say, "For 14 days, I speak wealth. I reject lack. I walk in covenant. I demonstrate divine substance." You are not small. You are not stuck. You are not someone who merely hopes. You are someone who commands. You are not a follower of trends. You are a master of law, and law responds to boldness. Law follows instruction. Law bends to the one who refuses to bend back into limitation. So go forward now, not cautiously, but prophetically. Speak the end from the beginning. Call in the riches. Deny the lie. Enforce the covenant. For the wealth has already been created, and it now waits on one thing, the voice that dares to declare. Let us now seal this truth with fire. Let us speak as lawgivers, not beggars. Let us summon the unseen with rhythm and authority. These are not affirmations for your journal. These are declarations for your soul. Each one is a hammer breaking the shell of limitation. Each one is a seed that guarantees harvest. You will not whisper them. You will roar them in spirit. You will say them not to feel better, but to call the law into motion. Now speak this with your whole being. I am a magnet for divine money. You are not waiting to deserve. You are not hoping to receive. You are magnetizing supply through the purity of your word. You are drawing wealth not by charm, but by covenant. Say it again. I receive wealth from seen and unseen sources. You are no longer limited to one income stream. You are no longer confined to what the mind can track. Spirit will send money through strangers, refunds, inheritance, ideas, favor, and miracles. You will be surprised, but never unprepared. Say this: all that I need, I now possess. Not tomorrow, not once the invoice clears. Now the substance of your good exists in the invisible and moves toward form the moment you speak it. You are not speaking to create, you are speaking to reveal. Now declare, there is no delay in divine supply. Whatever appears slow is only the rearrangement of form. Divine supply is never late, never stuck, never reluctant. When you say, now, the law responds, yes. Say this with command: I walk in supernatural provision. You are not here to make ends meet. You are here to walk in overflow. The supernatural is your normal. The uncommon is your rhythm. The law is your economy. And now, the final affirmation. Say it slowly. Let it echo in the chambers of your being. Let it uproot every remaining remnant of fear. My wealth is unlimited, because my source is infinite. Let this be your conclusion. Let this be your song. Let this be the new currency of your mind. You are no longer hoping. You are no longer asking. You are no longer proving. You are walking. You are receiving. You are becoming. And the law says yes. If this message lit something inside you, if it cracked a shell, if it silenced a lie, if it stirred the knowing that you were never meant to struggle, then let it not pass through you and fade. Let it become your new rhythm. Let it be your covenant of increase. You are not a visitor to this truth. You are its keeper. You are its steward. And wealth is not something you wait for anymore. It is something you walk in, declare in, and live in from this moment forward. If this word met you in your wilderness, if it reminded you that the fog of lack was never yours to begin with, then let your voice echo back. Write your declaration in the comments, not for me, but for you. Let the universe hear your word made visible. Type it, speak it, declare it. I now walk in divine wealth, or my wealth is unlimited, or whatever line became your sword today. When you write it, you anchor it. When you share it, you affirm it. And when you do, others are lifted into the same remembrance. If this channel feels like your sanctuary, your upper room of truth, then remain close. Subscribe not out of habit, but as a declaration of alignment. Let every video be your training. Let every word be your rehearsal. Let this space be your daily immersion in spiritual law. There are many voices in the world, but few speak the pure rhythm of divine substance. If you found it here, then guard it, nurture it, return to it, and above all, come back tomorrow. Each day for the next 14 days, return to this teaching. Watch it again if you must. Re-speak the affirmations. Reinstall the declarations. Do not let the momentum fade. This is not entertainment. This is initiation. This is not inspiration. This is instruction. This is your divine wealth reformation, and you must treat it like the holy work it is. You are not random. You are not behind. You are not outside the covenant. You are the demonstration of divine supply in motion. You are the living proof that God is not limited, that law is not partial, that wealth is not withheld. You are the voice through which abundance becomes visible, and every time you speak in rhythm with truth, the universe says, so it is. You are not becoming wealthy. You are now aligned with wealth, and everything you need is already yours.
Prosperity is not a mystery. It is a law. It is not reserved for the few, the lucky, or the connected. It is not earned by anxiety or secured by strategy. It is not delayed by external forces. It is governed, entirely, completely, unshakably, by divine law. And I say to you now with the full authority of truth, if you ignore that law, you forfeit the wealth already assigned to your name. You may work harder than others, strive longer than others, cry more deeply than others, and still remain stuck in cycles of lack if you have not aligned with spiritual order. Because the universe does not respond to effort. It responds to vibration governed by law. Most people pray for money while disobeying every law that creates it. They beg for overflow while repeating the rhythm of fear. They chase opportunities while leaking spiritual authority with every complaint, every worry, every contradiction they speak. They are faithful to struggle and foreign to truth, and that is why they remain bound. But you, if you are hearing my voice, you are being called out of that pattern. You are being summoned into divine prosperity. Not the counterfeit kind the world celebrates, built on ego and fear and exhaustion, but the kind that flows, multiplies, circulates, and endures, the kind that aligns with heaven's blueprint, the kind that cannot be taken because it is spoken into being by spiritual law. There are 7 divine laws of prosperity, 7 frequencies, 7 spiritual codes, and though they are simple, they are ignored by 99% of humanity. But the moment you obey them, not once, not in emergency, but rhythmically, your world will change, not because you earned it, but because law was obeyed. The vault of your life will swing open, the channels of divine supply will rush in, not by chance, by covenant. You are not waiting for luck. You are waiting to align. And these 7 laws are the combination that unlocks everything. Prosperity does not come because you desire it. It does not appear because you need it. It comes because you are aligned with the law that governs it. There is divine order behind every visible manifestation of wealth. And that order is not emotional. It is not personal. It is not based on worthiness or effort. It is spiritual, precise, and vibrational. You are not rewarded for how much you want something. You are rewarded for how faithfully you agree with law. This is where the masses fail. They believe wealth is earned by human grind or denied by cosmic unfairness. They do not know the kingdom principle that undergirds all provision. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6:33. That scripture is not metaphor, it is method. Seek ye first the kingdom means seek first divine alignment. Seek first the rhythm of spiritual obedience. And what are these things? Money, shelter, food, opportunity, overflow. They are not to be begged for. They are not to be chased. They are to be added. Added because law has been obeyed. You are not meant to work yourself into the ground. You are not meant to live in fear of what's next. You are not here to walk through life calculating how much you lack. You are here to command reality through vibrational authority. You are here to align so deeply with divine law that your life becomes proof of it. These 7 laws I will reveal to you are not tools you try. They are not tricks you apply. They are frequencies you must become. You cannot speak lack and walk in law. You cannot resent the rich and expect abundance. You cannot force your timeline and expect divine timing. These laws are not options. They are spiritual absolutes. And until you honor them, prosperity will evade you, not because it is cruel, but because it is coded into alignment. Imagine a locked vault. Your inheritance is inside. Every financial miracle, every business breakthrough, every unexpected opportunity. It is not locked because God is testing you. It is locked because the vault only opens when your vibration matches the divine sequence. That sequence is these 7 laws. When you speak them, obey them, and declare them in rhythm, the vault cannot stay shut. These laws are holy. They are exact. They are the keys that turn spiritual inheritance into visible reality. The 99% ignore them and remain in cycles of struggle. But the 1% live by them and walk in the flow of divine wealth. And now that you are hearing them, you are no longer part of the 99%. You are called to obey, to declare, to become. Let me show you how. We begin now with the first two laws, laws that are not suggestions but spiritual mandates. These are not philosophies. They are not personal development advice. They are the root mechanisms through which spirit delivers substance into form. Break them, and you break your own flow. Obey them, and you open the floodgates of divine provision. Law number 1, the law of the spoken word. This is the first and final gate of all prosperity. You do not receive what you want. You receive what you speak repeatedly, rhythmically, with faith. The law does not respond to begging. It does not respond to hoping. It responds to word, spoken aloud, declared without apology, anchored in truth. Every sentence you speak either opens channels or blocks them. Your voice is the sculptor of your financial reality. If you say, "I'm always behind," then law must obey that vibration. If you say, "I never get ahead," the substance of your life must contract. But if you rise in the morning and declare, "My supply is unlimited and arrives now," then even in the presence of bills or delays or silence, you are planting seeds that must take form. You are instructing the universe with divine language. You are creating spiritual leverage that bends time and form to match the frequency of obedience. Your words are not empty. They are containers of power. Every declaration is a command to the invisible realm, and when spoken in rhythm, the invisible becomes visible. You cannot afford loose speech. You cannot afford to make jokes about being broke. You cannot afford to keep it real when real means staying bound. You must speak what you wish to see, not what you fear exists. That is the law. Law number 2, the law of divine right timing. You may be tempted to force manifestation, to rush results, to compare your path with another's. But let me tell you, forcing is fear disguised as control, and fear never creates. Fear aborts. You must understand, what is yours by divine right cannot be delayed, and it cannot be forced. It can only be received at the appointed hour. This law demands surrender without passivity. You are not lazy. You are aligned. You are not in neutral. You are in faithful preparation. Divine timing is not delay. It is orchestration. It is arrangement. It is protection. Spirit will not deliver your good into a consciousness that will mishandle it. Spirit will not release wealth into a system still loyal to struggle. And so when it seems late, it is only because you are being prepared to carry the weight of what is already yours. You declare, "What is mine arrives in perfect sequence." You declare, "There are no delays in divine mind." You declare, "I do not rush, I receive." Do not behave like a spiritual beggar in line. You are not waiting to be chosen. You are not knocking on a locked door. You are the honored guest at a table already prepared. And every time you obey divine timing, you move closer, not farther, from demonstration. Let me be clear. Delay is only created by contradiction. When you speak truth one day and fear the next, when you declare abundance in the morning and complain by lunch, you break rhythm. And rhythm is law's delivery mechanism. So obey the rhythm, speak consistently, wait without panic, declare without compromise. Because when these first two laws are kept, the next ones activate automatically. You cannot be denied what you speak in rhythm. You cannot miss what is yours by divine right. Now let us move deeper into the flow of obedience. Now let us move into the next two divine laws of prosperity, two laws that determine how you handle resistance and what you do with fear. These laws are often misunderstood because they are quiet. They are internal. They do not always roar. But they are unbreakable, and when you ignore them, the energy of your life turns in against itself. When you honor them, you stop fighting shadows and start commanding form. Law number 3, the law of non-resistance. This law is simple. What you resist, you magnetize. What you bless, you dissolve. Most people do not lack money because they are lazy. They lack money because they are in resistance. They resent the bills. They hate the wealthy. They criticize the system. And all of that resistance tightens the channel. It hardens the flow. It traps the soul in a loop of spiritual friction. You must stop fighting what you want to release. You must stop complaining about what you secretly desire. You cannot receive what you resent. If you judge the rich, you cannot become one. If you curse the financial system, you cannot rise in it. You cannot criticize and command at the same time. Instead, bless. Say it with me. I bless the wealth of others and so increase my own. Say, I release all resentment and now I am free to receive. Say, I resist nothing. I rise above everything. This is not passivity. This is power. This is how you stop pouring energy into the very vibration that keeps you poor. Forgiveness is one of the highest forms of prosperity alignment. If you are holding a grudge against a parent, an ex, a friend, a system, you are tying your wealth to their frequency. Release them. Bless them. Let them go. Your money cannot arrive in a room filled with resentment. Your supply will not flow through a bitter tongue. Non-resistance is not weakness. It is trust. It is surrender to divine order. It is the open hand that receives. Law number 4, the law of substitution. This is one of the most ignored laws in spiritual teaching, and yet it is the gatekeeper of manifestation. It says, you cannot hold two thoughts at once. You must substitute the lie with truth, instantly and rhythmically, until the lie dissolves from lack of agreement. The moment a thought of fear enters, what if this doesn't work? You must not entertain it. You must replace it, not argue with it, not think around it. Replace it. Say, it is working now, whether seen or unseen. When the thought arises, I don't have enough, you substitute, my supply is infinite and always unfolding. This is not positive thinking. This is divine obedience. Your subconscious accepts whatever you feed it, truth or lie, fear or faith. If you do not substitute the old rhythm, it will continue playing in the background, shaping your life without your consent. Speak over yourself constantly. Replace every internal whisper of lack with a shouted declaration of abundance. If the lie is aggressive, then your truth must be louder. Repeat until it becomes natural. Repeat until your mind forgets the old voice. Substitution is how you clear the channel. It is how you evict old beliefs. It is how you tell the law, this is the frequency I now live in. Build from here. Most people let the lie linger. You will not. You are not most people. You are the 1% who obey the law. And because you obey, your prosperity becomes inevitable. Now, let us move into reprogramming, the inner recalibration that makes this permanent. If your mind is not trained, your mouth will betray you. If your vibration is not fortified, your fear will override your faith. And this is where most people collapse, not in knowledge, but in rhythm. They declare the truth once and expect a miracle. They feel excited for a day, only to fall into old patterns when appearances contradict their declarations. But I tell you, spiritual law does not obey emotion. It obeys consistency. The subconscious mind is not moved by intensity. It is reprogrammed by repetition. Now we reveal two laws that govern the inner world, the seat of manifestation, the hidden vault of your financial reality. Law number 5, the law of vibration. Everything you say, everything you think, everything you feel emits a vibration, and that vibration becomes the magnet of your experiences. When you speak lack, you feel lack. When you feel lack, you draw more lack. This is not punishment, it is physics. It is the architecture of spiritual law, but this law is also your liberation. Because just as vibration creates lack, it can create overflow. When you install new words, when you repeat them with rhythm, when you feel them in your body as truth, you shift your entire energetic signature, and the law must obey the shift. Say this, I feel rich now, not someday. Now say, I vibrate in harmony with divine increase. Say it until your chest opens. Say it until your body believes. Say it until your world has no choice but to mirror the vibration. You must train your nervous system to feel wealthy before the outer proves it. This is not delusion. This is design. This is the process of vibration creating form. This is how heaven becomes earth. Law number 6, the law of expectation. Many ask, few expect, many affirm, few assume, and this is why they walk in delay. The universe does not respond to longing, it responds to expectation. What you expect, you prepare for. What you prepare for, you magnetize. You do not say, I hope this works. You say, I expect supply today. You do not say, I'll believe it when I see it. You say, because I believe it, I must see it. Expectation is not passive. It is the quiet power that opens the door. You must wake each day and say, today, divine substance rushes to meet me. You must walk into rooms expecting favor. You must open emails expecting miracles. You must speak contracts, opportunities, and overflow into existence, not as wish, but as law. Imagine expectation like a spiritual doorknob. The supply is already there, waiting, but the door will not open with hope. It opens when your vibration matches the energy of already done. Expectation is the signal that says, I am ready, I am aligned, I am in agreement. If you expect delay, you prolong it. If you expect opposition, you multiply it. If you expect divine timing, open doors, and unexpected wealth, then the law begins rearranging reality to match your vibration. This is not arrogance. This is obedience to law. So I ask you, what have you been expecting? What rhythm have you repeated, consciously or unconsciously? If you do not change your expectation, you cannot change your experience. But the moment you expect divine increase and expect it daily, your life must match that rhythm. You are no longer hoping. You are no longer guessing. You are expecting. And because you expect with law, you cannot be denied. It is not enough to hear the laws. It is not enough to agree. You must obey. You must commit. You must declare. Because until your mouth becomes the vessel of law, your life will remain governed by chance, delay, and contradiction. You are not called to be a student of prosperity. You are called to be a demonstration of it. So I now reveal the final of the 7 divine laws, the one that seals the others, the one that proves your obedience. Law number 7, the law of return. Whatever you send out returns multiplied. Every word, every emotion, every seed, every offering, every act of generosity, every thought of resentment, every tithe spoken in faith, every complaint released in bitterness. The universe is not neutral, it is responsive, it does not keep score, it multiplies signal, and when you send out with rhythm, you receive with rhythm. You must understand, money does not circulate because you beg it to, it circulates because you activate it. If you hoard out of fear, the law contracts. If you give with joy, the law expands. When you assign your money a mission, when you give in alignment with spirit, when you tithe with expectation, when you bless others with a spoken declaration, you set the law of return in motion. And it cannot fail. Say this, everything I give returns to me multiplied. Say, I do not release money, I release seed into fertile soil. Say, my circulation is my confirmation of trust. If you have feared giving, it is because you have forgotten your source. If you have delayed obedience, it is because you still believe you are your provider. But the moment you give with rhythm, the law takes over. Your vibration is no longer small, your trust is no longer split, and the return becomes inevitable. So now I give you a challenge, not as a suggestion, but as a covenant. For the next 7 days, you will obey all 7 laws, not randomly, not when it's convenient, but every single day, with intention, with rhythm, with power. Here is your daily structure. Morning command, begin each day with the law of the spoken word. Declare, I speak wealth into form. Midday substitution, identify any thought of lack and replace it immediately. Declare, my good cannot be withheld. Evening seal, expect supply. Speak as though the substance is already in transit. Declare, because I aligned today, I must receive tomorrow. And each day, practice return. Give something, a word, a tithe, a blessing, a gift, but always release with declaration. Say, "This returns to me multiplied under grace." You are now a steward of spiritual power. You are not reacting to life, you are commanding it. And these 7 laws are your rhythm, your code, your wealth map. You do not need to chase another strategy. You do not need another financial guru. You need obedience to divine law. 7 days, 7 laws, full obedience. And at the end, you will not recognize your old self. Because the one who walks in law walks in demonstration. And the one who walks in demonstration walks in irresistible prosperity. Now let us lock these laws into your spirit. Let us engrave them into the rhythm of your tongue. These are not mere affirmations, they are decrees. These are not suggestions, they are activations of spiritual law. Speak each one aloud, slowly, clearly, with power. And when you speak, imagine the law bending around your vibration, forming reality in response to your command. Say, "I am one with the law of divine abundance." This is not borrowed. This is not earned. This is your spiritual identity. Say, "My words multiply my wealth." Every sentence is a seed. Every phrase is a planting. Speak, and the harvest must come. Say, "I expect miracles and receive them." Expectation is your agreement. It opens every gate. Say, "I give with joy and receive without resistance." You are not ashamed to circulate. You are not afraid to receive. You are in divine flow. Say, "I speak and substance obeys." You are not hoping, you are commanding. The universe is not deaf, it is obedient to rhythm. And now seal it. Because I obey law, I cannot be denied prosperity. This is the final line. This is the door slammed shut on every false belief. This is your spiritual contract with abundance. Let this sequence be your armor. Let it be your daily drill. Let it become more natural than doubt, more familiar than fear, more real than appearance. You are not affirming because you need wealth. You are affirming because you are wealth, and law must now reflect that truth. If this word entered your spirit like thunder, if it shattered the spell of survival, if it awakened your true name as a child of divine law, then I ask you, do not walk away unchanged. These 7 laws are not meant to be remembered. They are meant to be obeyed. And if you feel the truth burning inside you now, make your covenant public. Go to the comments and write, "I walk in all 7 laws," or choose the one that pierced you deepest and write it as your decree. Speak your rhythm into the world. Let the universe record your alignment. And if this space feels like your sanctuary, subscribe, not as a follower, but as a builder. Let each video be your daily correction, your daily reprogramming, your daily remembering. You don't need another secret. You don't need more proof. You need rhythm. You need obedience. You need spiritual repetition until law becomes nature. Come back tomorrow. Re-listen. Realign. Re-speak. Because wealth is not found in effort, it is found in rhythm. And when you return to the rhythm of law, nothing can be denied you. The 99% ignore these laws, but you are the exception that demonstrates them. And so it is. If your wallet is empty, it is not a financial problem. It is a spiritual signal, an echo of the words you have spoken and the laws you have activated, consciously or unconsciously. There is no such thing as lack in divine mind. There is no poverty in the kingdom of heaven. But where the word is absent, form cannot appear. And so I say to you now, with the full force of truth, you were never meant to fear money. You were born to govern it, not with struggle, not with stress, but with speech. The moment you speak into form, form appears. The moment you bless the symbol, the current returns. And there is no symbol more sacred, more psychologically loaded, more spiritually magnetic in this modern world than your wallet. Your wallet is not just a leather fold or a digital screen. It is a shrine, a portal, a mirror of your spoken relationship with the unseen realm of supply. and most have spoken curses into it without even knowing. There's never enough. It's all gone again. I can't afford that. These are not harmless phrases. These are spells, and the wallet obeys them faithfully. But what if you knew the sentence that breaks the cycle? What if you could speak just one line into your wallet, morning and night, before spending and after receiving, and watch it never run dry again? What if the supply you've been chasing was simply waiting to hear your word? The problem is not with money. It never was. The problem is with the relationship between your voice and your symbol, between your truth and your touch, and that is about to change. Because in this moment, in this teaching, I give you back your authority. I give you back the spiritual ritual you forgot you carried. I give you the sentence that, when spoken with faith, rhythm, and dominion, turns your wallet into a wellspring. So take it out now. Don't be afraid. Hold it. Feel the texture. Look at it not with shame or scarcity, but with sacredness, because you are about to speak into it, not to ask, not to hope, but to command, to bless, to awaken divine substance that has never stopped flowing, but has simply been uncalled for. And the sentence you will speak, again and again until it reforms your reality, is this: divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Say it now. Say it with breath. Say it into the symbol. Say it like your future depends on it, because it does. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. This is the beginning, the turn, the spiritual reversal. From this moment on, your wallet is no longer a record of lack. It is a receiver of law, a transmitter of blessing, a portal through which the invisible becomes visible again and again without delay. There is only one source, and that source is spirit. Money is not your source. Clients are not your source. The government is not your source. Your job, your family, your bank, they are all channels. And channels may change, but supply remains. Unshaken, unending, unbothered by appearances. The law of divine supply is as real as gravity, and it is not activated by emotion. It is activated by speech. It is not released through effort. It is released through alignment. Your wallet may feel empty in the natural, but in the unseen, it waits to be filled with the vibration of truth. Not ideas, not effort, but divine decree. Hear me clearly. Money is not a god, and money is not your enemy. Money is a servant, a sacred symbol, a neutral carrier of spiritual assignment. It goes where it is respected, it multiplies where it is blessed, and it lingers where it is spoken to as law. If you treat money as power, it will rule you. But if you treat money as substance moved by spirit, it will serve you faithfully. Let us remember what the scripture says in Philippians 4:19. But my God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. That means your need is not the source. God is. That means the riches you need are not created by effort. They already exist in glory, in spirit, in the invisible warehouse of divine mind, and the only bridge between those riches and your wallet is your word. Divine supply operates by spiritual law. It does not respond to begging. It does not respond to desperation. It does not move because you want it badly. It moves when you speak the truth without fear. When you look into the symbol of money, your wallet, your account, your purse, and you speak with alignment, with rhythm, with declaration, divine substance fills this wallet now. Substance is the key word, because substance is the invisible root of visible form. Every dollar is made of divine substance. Every coin carries spiritual signature, and your word reactivates that circulation. Without it, your wallet becomes a closed system. But with your word, it becomes a current of increase, a field of multiplication. a mirror of your inner flow. Never again say, I'm broke. Never again say, there's never enough. Because the law does not have a sense of humor. It does not correct you. It does not question you. It obeys. And if you speak lack, it will reflect it. But the moment you bless your wallet, you step into the stream of eternal flow. You open the gates of divine sufficiency. Say it with me now. My wallet is not my source. Spirit is. Divine supply is now activated by my word. This is not fantasy. This is metaphysical law. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Speak to the mountain." And your mountain is not debt. Your mountain is disbelief. Your mountain is the old language of fear, and you are now casting it into the sea with one sentence. You are no longer bound by appearances. You are governed by truth. And your wallet is now included in that truth. If your wallet has stayed empty, it is not because heaven said no. It is not because supply ran out. It is not because the world is unfair or the system is broken. Your wallet stays empty because it has been filled with fear instead of faith, guilt instead of gratitude, and silence instead of spoken law. Every time you touched it with dread, every time you opened it with the thought, "There's nothing here." Every time you paid a bill and said, "There goes my money," you wrote a script upon that symbol, and the script became your reality. Most people do not realize this. Your wallet is not neutral. It is spiritually charged every time you touch it, every time you look at it. Every time you swipe a card or pull out a bill, you are casting a spiritual vote. You are either saying yes to flow or yes to fear. And that energy, the unspoken atmosphere you carry, is what decides whether your wallet fills or drains. Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me, distraught over her finances. She tithed, she worked, she read affirmations. Yet every time she reached into her purse, her face tensed, her body braced, her thoughts whispered, "It won't be enough." I told her, "It is not your work that is broken. It is your speech at the moment of contact." I instructed her to say, every time she touched her purse, "Divine substance fills this purse now. I am always fully supplied." Within days, unexpected income arrived. But more than that, her tone changed, her posture shifted. She no longer approached money with apology. She approached it with alignment, and her purse never ran dry again. You see, your wallet is like a spiritual womb. If you speak fear into it, it will give birth to lack. If you speak truth into it, it will produce demonstration. It is not magic. It is law. Law moves when your voice matches the vibration of the unseen truth. Every time you say, "I can't afford that," you do not just block the purchase, you block the channel. Every time you say, "Money goes faster than it comes," you declare a curse over the current. Every time you receive a payment and immediately worry it won't be enough, you are turning abundance into ashes with your own mouth. But here is the redemption. You can reverse the spell instantly. The moment you speak differently, the law responds. The moment you pick up your wallet and say, "Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay." You break the old agreement. You install a new one. You shift the code. You write a new sentence in the book of supply. And that book is always open. Say this now. I cancel every word of lack I've ever spoken over my wallet. I now speak only truth, only flow, only increase. You are not cursed. You are not bound. You are simply untrained. And now you are being retrained, reminded, realigned with the truth that your wallet was never the problem, your word was. But that ends today. This is the turning point, the moment of reversal, the divine recalibration of form by the power of speech. One sentence, spoken into your wallet, your purse, your card, your account. It does not matter the vessel, for the spirit moves by vibration, not form. And the sentence is this: divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. This is not poetry. This is precision. Each word is spiritual architecture. Each phrase strikes a chord in the invisible. This sentence was not born in theory. It is forged in truth, aligned with law. And it does what no budgeting system can do. It changes the atmosphere surrounding your money. Let us break it open and feel the weight of every word. Divine substance, not just money, not just numbers. Substance, invisible, eternal, boundless life force that precedes and produces all form. You are not calling in dollars alone. You are calling in the source from which all dollars flow. Divine substance does not run out. It does not dry up. It multiplies when spoken. Fills this wallet now, not later, not one day, not when conditions change. Now you are not begging, you are commanding. You are giving divine substance a location, a form to occupy, a vessel to pour into. You are saying, here is my wallet, here is my permission, fill it, and law obeys. Money flows to me, not trickles, not visits, flows. The energy of money is movement, and it responds to flow-minded speakers. You are declaring motion, circulation, current. This is no longer a stagnant pond. It is a river of substance returning to its speaker. In perfect ways, not manipulation, not fear. No forced strategies. You are calling in the how through divine intelligence. You do not need to know where it comes from. You only need to trust that it comes perfectly. By perfect law, because nothing random is allowed in divine mind. You are not summoning chaos. You are not tempting fate. You are aligning with law, and law is precise. It cannot fail, and it cannot be late when rightly invoked. Without delay. The fear phrase is, maybe one day, but you speak without delay. You cut the cord of spiritual procrastination. You open the gates. You declare, I am ready now. The law is ready now. The form appears now. Say it again. Take your wallet in your hand, whether there's $1 in it or nothing at all, and say, divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Again, divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. One more time, with authority. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. You have just installed a new atmosphere. You have just rewritten the script. You have just activated divine machinery on your behalf, and the wallet will respond, because the law must. The power of the sentence does not come from volume. It does not come from intensity. It comes from consistency. Ritual is rhythm. Ritual is dominion practiced over time. And when you treat your declaration like breath, something that must occur again and again to sustain life, you turn a sentence into a current, and that current will carry money, opportunity, provision, and increase directly to your door. Here is how you must use this sentence. This is your sacred assignment. First, in the morning, before your feet hit the floor, take your wallet in hand. I do not care if it is full or empty, leather or plastic, digital or physical. The form does not matter. The authority does. Hold it like you are holding a holy object, because you are, and say 3 times with breath and rhythm, divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Let it be your first vibration of the day. Let it instruct your subconscious. Let it govern your mind before the world has a chance to speak. Second, every time you touch your wallet, speak. Every time you pay. Every time you open it. Every time you check your account, pull out a card, even glance toward it, Let the sentence be your atmosphere. Say it under your breath. Whisper it into your palm. Make it a reflex so strong that your nervous system pairs money with rhythm, not fear. Third, before sleep, take your wallet again and place it near you. Do not throw it across the room. Do not ignore it. Let it be treated as a vessel of living flow. Place your hand upon it and declare the sentence 3 times, like a lullaby to your subconscious. You are not only programming the mind, you are commanding the invisible to organize around your decree. Fourth, when you make a purchase, bless the flow. Say, divine substance flows freely from me and returns multiplied. Do not speak of loss. Do not speak of depletion. Every time you spend, you are telling the law how to return. Spend in alignment. Bless every transaction. Send it out like a seed, not a sacrifice. Fifth, never again say what you can't afford. That phrase is a spell, and the law takes it literally. Say instead, I choose not to purchase this now, but all that is mine comes easily and richly. Do not apologize for your flow. Do not bow to fear-based logic. Every sentence matters. This is not a burden. It is a blessing. You are not being asked to work harder. You are being invited to speak better, to carry your wallet like a priest carries the sacred cup, to fill it with sound instead of sorrow, to treat it like a partner, not a problem. Repeat after me now, with wallet in hand or in mind. This is not just a wallet, it is my altar of abundance. Every word I speak into it is law, and it shall not return void. When you turn your daily contact with money into a ritual of divine speech, money turns daily contact with you into a ritual of return, and it never forgets where to flow. Now that you have spoken the sentence into your wallet, now that you have declared truth where there was once tension, what should you expect? What begins to move? What happens in the realm that most cannot see? I will tell you plainly, everything. Everything begins to shift. Everything begins to respond, not because of superstition, not because of chance, but because of law. The moment you speak with divine alignment, the moment you bless the symbol with spiritual authority, the field of your life begins to reorder itself around your word. The next 72 hours are not random, they are sacred. They are the space where reality begins to reflect your new rhythm. But here is the key. You must look with spiritual eyes. You must watch with awareness, because the signs of supply do not always come as sudden cash. They come as current. They come as clarity. They come as surprising ease, as unseen blocks removed, as answers appearing before you even ask. Within the first 24 hours, you may feel something shift in your chest, a lightness, a lift. The burden you've carried around money begins to dissolve. Your wallet feels different. Your energy toward receiving feels more open, more stable. You may get a small refund, a gift, a forgotten check. You may see a number change or hear a phrase that confirms what you've spoken. These are not coincidences. They are evidence. Within 48 hours, someone may offer to help you. A forgotten debt may return. An opportunity once delayed may come knocking. You may find an object, a person, or a conversation that was meant to reach you all along, but was blocked by your old atmosphere of fear. The atmosphere has now shifted. The law has been given new instructions, and form must follow. Within 72 hours, expect at least one external confirmation that your word has entered the field. Expect divine timing. Expect sudden peace. Expect the missing piece to reveal itself. And above all, expect the internal evidence, a sense that your wallet is no longer empty, even if no new cash has arrived yet, because substance fills form first. The spiritual blueprint updates before the material world catches up. But it always does, and when it does not trickle, it floods. Remember what Malachi 3:10 says, "Prove me now herewith, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. You have just proven the law. You have spoken. You have declared. And now the windows are open. But here is your instruction. Do not interrupt the flow with fear. Do not cancel your decree with doubt. Do not measure the truth of your word by what you see on day one. Keep speaking. Keep blessing. Keep aligning. Because the field does not lie. It simply reflects what you carry consistently. Say this now. I expect divine evidence within 72 hours. I welcome it. I record it. I celebrate it. And I speak again. This is how you move from silence to circulation, from fear to flow, from waiting to receiving. And it begins now. Your wallet is no longer an object. It is a temple, a holy instrument, a symbol that carries your relationship with the invisible. And now that you have spoken into it, blessed it, and released the sentence into its chambers, you must begin the deeper work of reprogramming how your mind sees it, because you cannot hold it like a burden and expect it to behave like a blessing. You cannot curse it silently and expect it to fill faithfully. You must see it, treat it, and carry it as a vessel of divine flow. Every time you open your wallet, you must reprogram your inner response. Where there was once dread, replace it with declaration. Where there was once tension, replace it with tenderness. When you touch it, pause and remember, this is not a record of my past. It is a portal for my present. It does not matter what it has held before. It matters only what you declare it holds now. Say this aloud. This wallet is not empty. It is full of divine substance. It reflects my belief, not my balance. Most people have trained their subconscious to associate the wallet with pain. They flinch when opening it. They hesitate when reaching for it. They speak quietly when handing over a card, hoping the amount will be approved. All of this is unconscious programming, and all of it must be rewritten. Because you are not just reprogramming a mindset, you are installing a new identity, one who blesses, one who commands, one who governs supply by word. Here is your practice. From now on, when you pick up your wallet, smile. Before you open it, speak. Before you use it, bless. Do not wait for more money to arrive to treat it as holy. Treat it as holy now, and the money will arrive. Say over and over again, every time your hand touches it, this wallet is a magnet for divine supply. I bless its contents. I bless its expansion. I bless every dollar, and every dollar blesses me. This is not superstition. This is reprogramming. The subconscious mind does not know the difference between past and present. It only knows what it is told repeatedly with emotion. So tell it this: I am always fully supplied. My wallet is always full. I am never separate from flow. And soon it will become truth, not because it appeared out of nowhere, but because you spoke it into form. Do not let old language return. Do not speak of being broke. Do not joke about lack. The subconscious takes everything literally. When you declare lack, even in jest, you are withdrawing power from the law. But when you declare wealth, even before it arrives in the natural, you are aligning with divine rhythm. This wallet is not a container for your money. It is a container for your word, and your word is what money obeys. Say it one more time. My wallet is a temple. I speak only blessing into it. I expect it to overflow, and it shall. Now I give you a command, not as a burden, but as a blessing, not to control you, but to return control to you. You have listened, you have understood, you have felt the truth of the sentence stir in your soul. But now comes the proving ground, the demonstration, the obedience to law that makes you not just a hearer, but a speaker of divine reality. Here is the command. For the next 3 days, speak the sentence into your wallet 7 times a day. Not once, not casually, not when you remember, but rhythmically, intentionally, boldly. Every touch, every transaction, every moment of connection with your wallet is now a moment of spiritual dominion. And the sentence is this: divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Say it when you wake. Say it at lunch. Say it when paying for coffee. Say it when checking your account. Say it when you feel doubt trying to return. Say it when you remember your past. Say it when the world tries to remind you of limitation. Let this sentence become your sword and your shield. And I challenge you, yes, I challenge you, to speak it with the posture of someone who is not begging for money, but commanding spiritual order. I challenge you to walk into every store, every room, every moment of your day with the vibration of, I am fully supplied. And I do not mean arrogance, I mean alignment. I do not mean delusion, I mean dominion. You are not hoping it works, you are declaring that it already has. The challenge is not hard, it is holy. 7 times a day. Speak the sentence. Speak it slowly. Speak it with rhythm. Speak it with reverence. Speak it even when the fear voice rises, especially then. That is when the power of your spoken word multiplies. When doubt tries to speak, you drown it in decree. When hesitation tries to steal your rhythm, you overpower it with repetition. If you do this for 3 days, you will not be the same. Your wallet will not be the same. Your spiritual atmosphere will not be the same. Because law does not return void. Spirit does not delay. The moment you become consistent in speech, you become magnetic in supply. Say it now, right now. Put your hand on your wallet and speak. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Again, divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. And again, divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Let your bones feel it. Let your blood carry it. Let your field shift with it. You are not one who waits. You are not one who hopes. You are one who commands, and money listens. Now take the challenge, speak the law, and watch what obeys. Let us now seal this teaching with rhythm. Let us lock it into your field, your heart, your wallet, your atmosphere, with a current of truth that no fear can break, no doubt can disturb, and no appearance can shake. These are not nice sayings. These are not positive thoughts. These are spiritual hammers, spoken law, carved in rhythm, forged in fire, sent into the ethers to command form. Breathe deep, speak strong, do not whisper, declare. Say with me now, money obeys divine law. My wallet is always full. I live in rhythm with supply. I bless every dollar and every dollar blesses me. I do not chase, I attract. Divine substance knows where I am. There is no delay in divine mind. My supply comes richly, instantly, perfectly. I am a master of spoken wealth. I do not fear money, I govern it. Now say again the sentence that turns the symbol into supply, the vibration into form, the wallet into a wellspring. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. Say it again. Let it fill the room. Let it rewrite your nervous system. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. One more time, louder than doubt, stronger than fear, with the full force of your truth. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. You are no longer one who speaks against their own good. You are no longer one who fears their wallet. You are now one who blesses it, who speaks it full, who speaks it powerful, who speaks it obedient to divine flow. This wallet is never empty again. This field is never dry again. This supply is never delayed again. Why? Because you have spoken. You have spoken. You have remembered. You have reactivated the current that was always yours, but that waited in silence for your decree. And now you stand at the edge of a new reality, a reality that is not based on effort, hustle, or lack, but on law, on word, on divine rhythm. You are not the same person who opened this message. You have reprogrammed your field, reclaimed your wallet, and restored your relationship with the source of all supply. And now I invite you, not with marketing, not with persuasion, but with power. Declare it below. Write the sentence that rewired your atmosphere. Type it into the comments, not for me, but for you, for the law, for the unseen, so that heaven and earth may bear witness. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways by perfect law without delay. Make it public. Not as a performance, but as a spiritual contract. Let your word become your vow. Let your comment be a decree carved into digital stone. Your sentence is now your seed, and that seed will return a harvest. And if this voice, this truth, this spiritual rhythm aligns with your soul, subscribe. Not for information, but for continuation. Stay near this current. Let this channel be your daily rhythm, your temple of remembrance, your field of daily realignment. This is not content. This is covenant. Because you are no longer one who lacks. You are no longer one who forgets. You are no longer one who opens their wallet in fear. You are one who speaks. You are one who governs. You are one who blesses and is blessed beyond measure. Say it one last time, as a seal upon your life. Divine substance fills this wallet now. Money flows to me in perfect ways, by perfect law, without delay. And so it is. You are not far from your good. You are not locked out of your destiny. The delay you feel, the ache of unfulfilled desire, the silence of heaven, none of these are punishments. They are invitations, invitations to speak. Because what you want is not being withheld. It is being held for the moment you remember who you are and say the word. One sentence. One sentence spoken with rhythm, with certainty, with divine alignment can collapse the gap between what you long for and what you live in. It is not effort that manifests your good. It is not striving. It is not waiting. It is the word. Most people bury their desires in doubt. They silence their longing with logic. They postpone their inheritance because they do not know how to declare it. They speak of what they want, but they do not speak to it. They do not call it forth. They do not give it shape. And so the desire, pure and holy as it is, remains in the realm of the unseen. It hovers. It lingers. It waits for a sentence strong enough to give it form. Desire is not weakness. Desire is divine instruction. It is a telegram from the infinite. It is God speaking through the soul, saying, "This is what I have for you. Now say yes." Not with passivity, not with apology, but with a holy sentence, a sentence that commands without fear, that governs without force, that calls reality into order by divine law. Let me be very clear. You do not need to beg for what is already yours. You do not need to climb mountains or pass tests to receive what God has already prepared. You need only to speak it, and not just speak it, but speak it as law. Speak it with the full spiritual backing of heaven. Speak it with the certainty that spirit responds not to emotion, not to timelines, but to alignment. You are one sentence away. One sentence from watching the clouds part. One sentence from seeing your demonstration appear. One sentence from stepping into the reality you've held in your heart for so long. One sentence from watching desire become substance. and I will give you that sentence. But not as a formula, not as a chant. I give it to you as a spiritual instrument, a weapon of truth, a key that fits the lock on your next reality. You will speak it not to test God, but to release the truth that has always been waiting within you. Because when the sentence is aligned, when the voice is clear, when the vibration is true, desire becomes form, and reality must obey. And so it begins. Desire is not temptation. Desire is not distraction. Desire is not selfishness. Desire is divine direction. It is heaven's whisper clothed in longing. It is God's will for your life speaking through your heart. So many people have been taught to distrust their desires, to fear them, to suppress them, to question them endlessly. But the soul knows what it came here for. The soul remembers. And desire is the holy echo of that remembrance. It is the map you were given before the veil of forgetfulness came down. The very word desire comes from the Latin desire, of the Father. What you long for, what keeps returning to your heart, what glows in your imagination when the world is quiet, that is not random. That is sacred. It is your blueprint, your divine assignment, your spiritual permission slip. And to ignore it is to block the very path heaven is trying to clear for you. The problem is not the desire. The problem is what you've been taught to believe about it. You've been told to be reasonable. You've been told to wait. You've been told it's not time, not realistic, not for people like you. But none of those voices come from spirit. They come from fear. And fear is not your master. Truth is, and the truth is this. Your desire is a prophecy. It is the beginning of the miracle, and the only thing missing is your word to bring it forth. Psalm 37:4 says, "Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart." It does not say delay them. It does not say deny them. It says give, because God is a giver, not a withholder. The desires you carry, when aligned with truth, are not accidents. They are instructions. They are glimpses of what is already yours in the invisible. But heaven will not force it upon you. It will not impose. It waits for your delight and your declaration. Desire is your compass. It points toward your appointed field, but it will not drag you there. You must walk. You must speak. You must stand up in the middle of your doubt, lift your head above the noise of fear, and say, "This is mine. This is holy. This is what I choose." And in that moment, the law begins to arrange. The invisible begins to take form. The current shifts. Not because the desire changed, but because you finally did. You stopped treating your desire as a problem and began treating it as prophecy. You stopped hiding it behind logic and started honoring it with speech. Say this now. My desire is divine. It is from God, and I walk in it without fear. You will never need to explain your desire again. Only speak it. Only align with it. Only govern it with truth. Because once spoken as law, your desire is no longer desire. It is reality in motion. Desire is holy. But left unspoken, it withers. Left doubted, it fades. Left buried beneath years of hesitation and mental rehearsal, it dies. Not because it wasn't real, not because it wasn't righteous, but because it was never declared. I have seen it too many times. A person hears the whisper of spirit within them, a business, a home, a love, a new chapter. It rises in their heart with fire and clarity. But instead of speaking it aloud, they weigh it, they analyze it, they measure it against logic, against other people's opinions, against old evidence of failure. And in that delay, the seed is never watered, the spark is never fed, and the divine invitation dissolves into the illusion of impossibility. Delay is the graveyard of desire, not because the desire was wrong, but because no one gave it voice. Law cannot operate on indecision. Spirit cannot materialize what has not been claimed. You may think you've been waiting on your dream, but in truth, your dream has been waiting on your word. Every time you say, "I'm not ready," you freeze the current. Every time you say, "maybe someday," you turn away from the path. Every time you hesitate to speak what is truly yours, you postpone the fulfillment that was already prepared. The law of demonstration is not powered by longing, it is powered by language. Not silent yearning, but bold decree. Imagine a seed in perfect soil. All the nutrients are present. The sun is shining, the rain is coming. But the one thing missing, the command to grow. That seed remains potential, not because it lacked power, but because it lacked spoken permission. This is how most people live. Their life is full of divine potential, but none of it has been activated, because they are afraid to declare what they want, afraid to seem bold, afraid to be disappointed. But I say this to you, you are not responsible for making it happen. You are responsible for speaking it into motion. The law does the heavy lifting. Spirit arranges the details. But you must speak. You must begin the current. You must send the word forth like a spiritual architect drawing blueprints in the sky. Let me give you an image. The angels of demonstration stand beside you daily, waiting. They have their hands full of form, full of supply, full of perfect people and opportunities, but they cannot release it until your word matches the design. They will not act on confusion. They will not move on silence. They wait for the sentence, the one that says, "I now receive what I desire." It comes in divine order, and it comes now. Every moment you delay your decree, you postpone the miracle. Not because God has withheld it, but because you haven't called it by name. So speak. Speak now. Say, "My desire is ready. I speak it into form. I delay no more." The law is listening. The universe is waiting. And your good is closer than breath. All it needs is your voice. Here is the sentence. One sentence. One breath. One vibration that shifts everything. Not because it is clever, not because it is poetic, but because it is aligned with law. Say it slowly. Say it aloud. Let it echo into every corner of your spirit. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. Again, I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. This sentence is not a wish. It is a decree. It does not come from the intellect. It comes from the divine self. Each word is a gate, each phrase a lever in the machinery of heaven. When you say it, you step into the role of creator, not as one who hopes, but as one who governs, not as one who tries, but as one who commands by spiritual inheritance. Let us break it down, not to analyze, but to understand the law you're activating with your tongue. I now speak. This is the present tense command. You're not reflecting. You're not planning. You are declaring in this moment. Spirit only moves on now, not when you're ready, not when it's perfect. Now, the instant you speak, the blueprint goes forth. My desire into form. You are not asking for something outside yourself. You are speaking what is already known, already present in the invisible. And you are calling it into form. Form means structure, reality, material evidence. It means the demonstration is no longer theoretical. It is tangible. It appears in divine order, not rushed, not scattered, not chaotic. You are placing your desire in the hands of perfect timing. Divine order means that every detail will unfold with ease, precision, and harmony. Nothing forced, nothing missed, only alignment. By divine law, this is not personal effort. This is not wishful thinking. This is law. The law that says what is spoken in alignment must be fulfilled. You are invoking the machinery of spirit itself. The invisible substance is now commanded to take visible shape, not by your strength, but by the unfailing operation of divine law. Without delay. This is where fear is cast out. You are not waiting endlessly. You are not wondering. You are establishing rhythm. Without delay means you are ready, you are receptive, and the law has full permission to move quickly. Quickly, not because of force, but because of clarity. Now, do not just say this sentence once. Say it 3 times in the morning. Say it 3 times before sleep. Say it once every time you feel resistance, hesitation, or doubt. Let it become the default signal you send into the field. This is your new atmosphere. This is your vibrational location. Remember the scripture. Mark 11:24. What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. This is not a metaphor, it is law. Belief is not a feeling, it is a rhythm. And this sentence carries that rhythm. Speak it now. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. Speak it again. Let heaven record it. Let the angels act on it. Let law obey it. Because now the demonstration begins. Not someday, but now. Do not let the simplicity of this sentence deceive you. It is not a mere affirmation. It is a spiritual hammer, a divine decree, a rhythm that reorders your entire reality. And like any sacred tool, it must be used daily, faithfully, rhythmically, until the unseen responds with evidence. This sentence is not for occasional use. It is for daily dominion. It is to become your new spiritual habit, your internal compass, your spoken invitation to divine demonstration. Here is how to use it with power. First, speak it in the morning before you do anything else. Before your feet hit the floor, before your mind remembers what day it is, let your first word not be worry, but law. Say it aloud, sitting up in bed or standing with your hand on your chest. Declare, I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order by divine law without delay. Let it program your day. Let it enter your cells. Let your nervous system know, today we govern reality. Second, speak it in the midday hours, especially when the momentum begins to wane, when doubt whispers, when distractions rise, when the mind wants to wander back to fear. Pause. Go somewhere private, or say it under your breath. Say it until you feel your posture return, until your focus sharpens, until your desire feels real again. Third, speak it before you sleep. Let it be the final vibration you place into your subconscious before it begins its holy night work. The subconscious is your silent servant. It obeys the last command it receives before rest. So give it the right instruction, not confusion, not anxiety, but the sentence, I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order by divine law without delay. Fourth, speak it in moments of action. Before sending the email, before making the phone call, before walking into the meeting, before posting the video. Let every step be preceded by decree. You are not reacting to life anymore. You are commanding it. You are not hoping for the best. You are speaking the best into form. And here is your final instruction. Do not change the sentence. Do not water it down. Do not bend it to fit fear. Speak it exactly as it is, pure, powerful, precision-tuned to the laws of the invisible. Every word matters. Every syllable is a lever. Do not touch the formula, only activate it. Remember, the sentence is not powered by your mood. It is powered by your faithfulness. Say it when you feel strong. Say it when you feel doubtful. Say it when nothing is happening. Say it until something does, because something always does. Write it on a card. Put it on your mirror. Keep it in your phone. Let it live in your mouth until it lives in your world. Let it become so familiar that the moment you feel off center, your spirit begins to repeat it before your mind even remembers. You are not doing this to prove something. You are doing it because the law moves when your word aligns. And when you use this sentence daily, you are no longer a wanderer. You are a governor. No longer a beggar. You are a speaker of divine law. Say it now with full authority. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order by divine law without delay. This is how you walk. This is how you win. This is how you turn desire into reality. Not once, but again and again. When you speak this sentence, heaven listens. Law moves. The invisible begins to organize, not with hesitation, not with struggle, but with a precision that defies logic and defies time. What takes years by human effort can take hours when governed by spiritual command. And yet most people sabotage the demonstration by looking too soon, by doubting too quickly, by measuring the invisible with visible eyes. But I tell you now, when you speak the sentence in truth, movement begins immediately. Whether you see it or not, the wheels turn, the current flows, the answer begins. In the first 24 hours, you may notice a shift in your body, a lightness, a sudden peace, a knowing that cannot be explained. You may receive a phone call, a confirmation, a strange alignment that proves spirit is working. You may sense a new confidence, a divine calm, a pull toward an action you've been avoiding. These are not small things. They are evidence. Do not dismiss them. Do not say, it's just coincidence. No, it's law. In the second day, you may notice people responding differently to you, opportunities circling closer, ideas becoming clearer. You may find yourself suddenly bold, no longer asking for permission, no longer explaining your desire to people who never carried your vision. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. You are finally walking with the vibration of someone who knows their word is law. By the third day, your reality may begin to shift. The email arrives, the door opens, the burden lifts. You feel the clarity of, this is mine, not in theory, but in tangible movement. And even if the form is not complete, the evidence is undeniable. The fog lifts, the delay breaks, the demonstration breathes its first breath in the seen world. And if you see nothing yet, do not retreat. Do not unravel the word with your fear. Do not say, it didn't work, because the law does not delay. It unfolds in divine order. And divine order is never late, never random, never out of sync. The only question is whether you will remain faithful to your sentence long enough for the reality to match it. Remember this scripture from Habakkuk 2:3. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. That is not contradiction, it is truth. If it appears to delay, it is not delay, it is unseen precision. The form is aligning, the details are obeying your decree, and it will come, surely, unfailingly, in divine order by divine law, without delay. Say now in rhythm, I am not late, my desire is not denied, my word is already at work. If you stay steady, if you keep the sentence alive with faith, if you resist the temptation to speak doubt in between declarations, your reality will turn, not slowly, not partially, but completely, because your word, when spoken in law, cannot return void. And so it is. The mind is not sovereign. It is programmable. It is malleable. It will believe whatever you speak to it often enough with emotion and rhythm. The mind does not care if the thought is empowering or destructive. It only obeys repetition. And most people do not realize they have trained their mind to doubt, to fear, to expect delay, to plan for disappointment. They do not know that every time they say, it's not working, or I don't know how, they are engraving that belief deeper into the walls of their own consciousness. But today, you break that cycle. Today, you reprogram the inner chamber of your mind with one powerful sentence that no fear can survive. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. This sentence is more than a prayer. It is a rhythm, a script, a holy code that, when repeated often enough, becomes your new subconscious belief, not through effort, through rhythm, through saturation, through spoken law. When the mind begins to waver, repeat the sentence. When fear arises, repeat the sentence. When appearances contradict your vision, repeat the sentence. When nothing seems to be moving, repeat the sentence. Do not argue with the mind. Do not try to suppress fear. Simply replace it with truth. The mind cannot hold two opposing ideas in the same space for long. When the truth is stronger, it casts out the lie. When your rhythm is louder than the fear dissolves. And once the mind is reprogrammed, the demonstration becomes inevitable. Let me give you a practice. Every hour, on the hour, stop and speak the sentence 3 times. Feel it. Embody it. Don't rush it. Let each word strike the ground of your old beliefs like a bell. Say it until it no longer feels like a sentence you are speaking, but a reality you are remembering. Say it until your nervous system adjusts to the vibration of certainty. Say it until your doubt becomes foreign and your word feels like home. Reprogramming is not about force. It is about rhythm. Just as a song can change your mood in seconds, this sentence can change your internal programming over hours, days, weeks. But only if you speak it as law, as identity, as non-negotiable spiritual truth. Let your mind hear this now. This is who I am. I am one who speaks and receives. I am one who governs through the word. I am one who calls desire into form and sees it appear. The repetition is not childish, it is divine. Jesus said in Matthew 6:7, "Do not use vain repetitions." Vain means empty, but this is not empty. This is alive. This is encoded with truth. This is a repetition that fills, not one that drains. And every time you say it, you are not just hoping, you are installing new law into the fabric of your being. Your subconscious now knows what to do. It has its new assignment. Your job is simple. Speak the sentence, and do not stop until the world responds. Now I give you a command, not as pressure, but as power, not as a burden, but as a bridge. For too long, you have waited for a sign to speak. Now you must speak to create the sign. For too long, you have waited for proof before you would declare. But the law of spirit is this: your declaration is the proof. The spoken word is the evidence that you trust divine order, even when appearances still lie. So here is your challenge. For the next 3 days, yes, 3, you will speak the sentence 12 times each day, not 5, not 7, 12, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, 3 in the evening, 3 before sleep, and not mechanically, not softly. You will speak it with rhythm, with heart, with breath, with belief. The sentence again is, I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. Each time you speak it, you are not repeating like a student. You are commanding like a sovereign soul. You are instructing reality. You are issuing orders to the invisible. You are saying to your desire, you are not a fantasy. You are a form, and you come forth now. This is not stubbornness. It is spiritual maturity. It is time to stop waiting for the perfect moment. It is time to stop excusing your delay with spiritual-sounding language. I'm waiting on God, people say. But God has been waiting on you, on your voice, on your clarity, on your decree. I challenge you to walk through your day as a spiritual general. Before every task, whisper the sentence under your breath. Before every challenge, speak it with renewed fire. Before every step forward, let the ground hear the sound of your word. The atmosphere will shift. The people around you will feel it. The invisible will take shape around you because your vibration will no longer say, maybe. It will say, now. And when the old thoughts return, and they will, when the whispers of delay or fear or unworthiness try to rise, you do not entertain them. You do not analyze them. You override them. You replace them. You speak the sentence louder. You return to the rhythm. You step back into your authority. Say this aloud now, wherever you are. I accept this challenge. I speak with fire. I speak with faith. I speak until the form appears. This is how you change timelines. This is how you interrupt patterns. This is how you bring desire out of hiding and into visibility. Not with force, not with noise, but with repetition rooted in law. 3 days, 12 times a day. That is your sacred assignment. And I promise you this, by the end of it, you will not only see signs of movement, you will have become someone who cannot be denied. Why? Because the universe does not argue with aligned command. It only delivers what has already been spoken. And now you have spoken it. Now we anchor it all, not with emotion, but with rhythm, not with noise, but with declaration. This is not a time for casual thoughts or quiet hope. This is the hour to stamp your vibration into the field with words so aligned, so law-rooted, so spiritually undeniable that reality must conform. These affirmations are not encouragement, they are activation. Say them aloud, not in a whisper, not in doubt, but with the voice of someone who knows that every word forms a mold reality must fill. Say, my desire is divine. My word is law. What I speak appears. I am not waiting. I am receiving. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order by divine law without delay. Again, desire is not outside me. It is the voice of spirit within me. I do not chase. I do not beg. I decree. The moment I speak, the invisible begins to shape. My sentence is a spiritual blueprint. Spirit builds instantly. I walk in truth. I speak in rhythm. I receive in law. Now say it again. The sentence that shifts timelines. The sentence that tears the veil between longing and fulfillment. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order by divine law without delay. Say it again. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. And once more, with breath and fire, I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. This is your new foundation. This is your new frequency. Let these words circulate in your bloodstream. Let them rise through your spine. Let them echo through your home. Let them replace every sentence of fear you ever learned. You are no longer one who wishes. You are no longer one who waits. You are one who speaks and watches it appear. You have spoken. You have remembered. You have turned the lights back on in the sacred chamber of your authority. And now you must continue. Not out of pressure, but out of rhythm. Not out of fear, but out of faith. The sentence has been given, the path is clear, and the current is flowing. Do not return to silence. Do not return to spiritual amnesia. Keep speaking. Keep commanding. Keep creating. If these words stirred you, if the sentence called something in you back to life, then I ask only this: declare it publicly. Not for performance, not for validation, but as a mark of spiritual agreement. Type it now, right here. I now speak my desire into form. It appears in divine order, by divine law, without delay. Write it as your vow, your signature, your spiritual contract with law. Let it live in the comments not as noise, but as sacred record, a testament that you did not just listen, but you spoke. And if this voice, this rhythm, this truth has anchored you, stay close. Subscribe not to consume, but to remain aligned. Return daily. Let this channel be your temple of remembrance. Let every video return you to your throne. Because you are not just a listener, you are not a seeker anymore. You are a speaker, a sovereign, a spiritual architect who now understands desire is not something to chase, it is something to command. Speak it, repeat it, live it, and watch what appears. It is already done, and so it is.